Okay, the time is 9 a.m. and I will call the Thursday, November 21st, 2024 council meeting to order for the purposes of ongoing budget. And with that, I'll begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11. We recognize we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihuwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Thank you. So this morning we will start with some opening remarks from the city manager, and then we will just go through the process. Go ahead, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Worship. I'll actually undertake the first few flags. So the intent starting off here today is, and it was mentioned in Deputy City Manager opening remarks, that we would bring back a bit of a smoothing strategy for council to consider once the presentations were done. So we're here to do that today. We realize that 11.2% is a pretty big tax increase and much different from what we've seen in the last probably since I've worked for the city. So and the strategy that we're bringing forward, council can consider this sort of as a bulk, the way I've got it grouped up, or we can start to split things out if there's a desire to do that. So these are some options to reduce the property tax impact. Right now it sits at 11.28%. That is the recommended in the budget. So just to be clear, what we're referring to as tax smoothing, this doesn't necessarily mean that costs are getting reduced in the budget. Really what it means is we're essentially deferring or moving costs around, which is an acceptable strategy to do as long as you're doing it with your eyes wide open as to what the consequences of doing that are. Doesn't remove the cost obligation. In most of these instances, it really just passes it forward. It may result in the use of reserves. I've seen that a lot in other municipalities where they'll go into their financial stabilization reserves. I don't believe, off the top of my head, I don't believe you've recommended anything like that, but that is an option as well. And in some cases, what we've recommended here may reduce your budget risk and it may have some other knock-on effects. So for example, the use of reserves, as you start to knock your reserves down, using them in your operating budget, you just have to be mindful of things like you will earn less interest revenue in your reserves because as your reserves go down, you have less investments, and sometimes those knock-on financial effects can kind of get lost when we have these discussions. So this is one omnibus resolution and it encompasses the 4 flags. Those being the use of LGFF funding. I think the original question was around the use of LGFF funding for road maintenance, but it did come up a couple times. What about the extra LGFF funding? What can we do with that? And I'll speak to that when we get there. The aquatics funding strategy was flagged by Councillor Blizzard. The ATE program impacts was flagged by Councillor Noyan. And the community peace officer was flagged by Councillor Kelly. So I believe this takes all of those into account and a couple of other things. As we went back and took another look through the budget and looked through the T2 variants, we came up with some other things. So the draft resolution that's been provided to Ledge, if council so chooses to move it, is that the 2025 draft budget be amended as follows. So number 1, increase the automated enforcement program revenues from 0 to 1.5 million and increase the AT program costs from 0 to 500,000. So essentially what this means in plain language, best I can explain it, is we're going to take the philosophy that because we don't know for sure what's happening with that program, we're going to more or less leave it in place in the budget. And the indications we've had from the province, there's been a few things we've heard in little bits and pieces over the last few months. We've heard, yeah, we'll go back and we'll take another look at it. It's possible that we won't start the new regulations until a later point in the year. And because of the different messages we've heard, it does create a lot of uncertainty. So instead of just removing the program completely from the budget now, what we can do is we can put the program back in. But what we've done here is we've put the program back in place, but we've addressed a budget variance that we're seeing in the T2 report. So if you'll recall from the T2 report, the program hasn't been performing. It was projecting to have a $670,000 negative variance to the end of 2024. So what we're saying here is we'll put the program back in, but at the very least, let's address the budget deficit that's in place right now. So this doesn't restore the budget completely as it's showing for 2024. This puts it back in, but addresses because even if the province said we're going to do nothing, we're going to just leave the program, the AT program as it is, we still would have a budget deficit to deal with. So that's what we're proposing here with number one. So I know the numbers don't make sense necessarily. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly how to do this. So in plain language, that's what that first resolution represents. So the second item is we had proposed if the ATE program was going to be discontinued, then we proposed to have a community peace officer put in its place to at least add back some of the traffic safety elements that we would be losing. So if we're saying let's assume the ATE program continues, then what we're also saying is let's assume that we don't need to add that extra community peace officer for now. So that's what the second item does. So number three, delete the budget recommendation related to the aquatics expansion in its entirety. We had a smoothing strategy in place to help deal with the projected 10% property tax increase related to the new aquatics facility. We were going to start putting money into the budget starting in 2025. You don't have to do that. The major costs we're going to be incurring on the project probably won't start up, maybe some in 26, and then 27, 28 is when you'll have to start accounting for some of those costs. But really this was something we were proposing, and it had been in our plans for quite some time, but given the property tax increase that's in place and the difficult year that we're having with inflation and other factors, I think what we're saying is you don't have to start that one now. So that's what number three is. Number four, facility. So in this one, we went back and we were taking a look at our variances in the T2 report and the reserve amounts that we had for different things. This was a flag, the facility life cycle reserve contribution. We did provide the information that council was looking for. Because that program, that operating budget item actually has its own reserve, because it can, if it doesn't use all of its money in 1 year, it contributes the surplus to a reserve. I think what we're saying is because that program has a healthy enough reserve right now, it can, we don't have to do the entire amount. So what we're saying is we'll increase that program. Instead of increasing it by the full 200,000 in the budget, we're recommending increasing it by just 100,000, and the other 100,000 we will look at doing in 2026 for the 2026 budget. So that's the explanation for that one. Number five. So it was we were asked about using the LGFF funding for local road rehab. So what we're proposing with this motion is that we still do the increase to the program, but instead of using annual capital funding, which another way of saying that's just tax dollars, is we can use the LGFF funding for the local road rehab program. In a plain language way of saying that one, we've been trying to get the grant funding out of that program. Well, we've actually just been started on road rehab. We got all the grant funding out of the neighborhood rehab. And really what we're saying is for 2025, we just won't do that. We'll just leave the grant funding in there. So all you're doing is switching the funding source in that one back to grant funding, more or less, from the way it is now. And then number six, again, as we were going through the T2 variances, trying to look for ideas on how we can find reductions, We believe that we have the ability not to increase the RCMP contract in the budget as much as we had proposed. And a lot of that's based on the fact that there was a pretty significant surplus we were running in that budget area for 2024. We're projecting to have a surplus. And in this budget, we had projected an increase. I can't remember the exact amount. It was somewhere around 800,000, I think. And what we're really saying is you don't need to increase it by that much. You can knock around 250,000 or so off of that amount. So that's what number 6 means. So really, we're not changing anything with the RCMP. We're not changing number of officers or service levels or anything. We're really just saying based on what's budgeted and based on actuals, even with the increases that we've requested for more officers, we believe the budget can sustain without increasing it as much as we've proposed. So again, in summary, what those do is those take the net property tax impact back just over 2.9 million. So that takes you from an 11.28%. Most of those amounts were really what I would describe as being a deferral into future years. So that takes your property tax increase to just over 6%. But it's important to note that around 5% of that, maybe not including the RCMP thing that we just talked about, but roughly this means your starting point for the 2026 budget deliberations could be in the 5%-ish range. So the message for today is, yes, we can reduce the property tax increase by this amount fairly easily. But if you're sitting in these chairs a year from now, some of these things will still be there and will still need to be funded in some way, shape, or form. We did have some other options that are obviously, they can be considered by council, but we didn't put them in the omnibus motion as presented. We think those should be debated separately. And I would describe those as, easy to do and very possible, but not in our sort of our less recommended category. So one simple thing to do is simply leave the ATE program in the budget as it is now. Potentially with the increased traffic on the road, maybe it could catch itself up and close that deficit that it's showing now. So if you left it in the budget as is, that would sort of net out another 455,000 into the budget, would knock your tax increase back by roughly 1%. But most likely you'll just see that show up as a deficit at the end of 2025. And the other alternative is we could use the FinStab to simply say, instead of letting that go as a deficit, that could be a place where you put the FinStab in saying we'll cover that deficit. So at the very least, the budget is accurate. So that was number 1. Number 2, again, this goes back to our the use of LGFF funding. So one option with the $520,000 increase to neighborhood rehab, you could remove that from the budget. You can say we're not going to do that next year, and we can readjust the increases going into the future. That is a viable option, but our preference is to continue with the program increases as per the plan. But you could pull LGFF funding out from some future years. I believe the amount of LGFF funding we were actually carrying over this year was somewhere around $1 million. I'd get Ms. Andruko to confirm that either way, but that was my understanding. So instead of carrying that over and having it allocated to other programs in the 10-year capital plan, you could use that for the increase in neighborhood rehab, and that pulls essentially that nets you another $520,000 decrease in the amount of new property taxes that we would need to collect. So it's another option. Wasn't recommended, but it's certainly there for consideration if council wishes. And then I just have my number 3 is, of course, anything else that council wishes to consider that you heard throughout the time in the budget, expanded use of the FinStab or removal of any costs increases that were proposed. That kind of goes without saying, but I just thought I would add that in there. So the resolution as it is has been provided to Ledge, but I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up for questions, clarifying questions. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. You made a comment in there that this would put our next year starting at about 5%, but that is only referring to these items. That has no other, like all the other things that factor into next year's increase are not in that 5%. So I guess I would challenge that really that puts our starting next year at probably 8.
Yeah, so through your worship, when I reference the word starting point, I mean you're starting there, and before you've accounted for any inflationary increases or any other increases related to program growth like swimming pools and whatnot. Yep. So it's 5%. Let's assume next year it's 4% if you include inflation and whatnot. That means next year at a 9%, right? So.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
Let's go back to the neighborhood rehabilitation program. You're talking about, what are you recommending, or what are you observing here, to take $520,000 for that program out of the budget in 2025?
Yeah, so when we go back and try to take a look at what the Options Council was considered, we looked at the bigger things in the budget because it's difficult to make a dent when you're looking at the smaller things. So this is one of the bigger things in the budget. So we had presented this plan to council a couple months ago, and it talked about what's the future of the neighborhood rehab program. And we talked about how it's being funded right now at around, I think it's 4 or 5 million, something to that effect, and it should be somewhere around 8 million. So we put a long-term plan in place. Every year we need to do these incremental increases to ensure that the program is fully funded and keeps up with inflation. So what we're saying here is we still think you should keep doing those increases and stick to the plan, but you could put LGFF funding in there. You're going to tie up some of your LGFF funding back into neighborhood rehab, even though we spent about 4 or 5 years, pulling it out of there. You can put some back in there, and then when you're in kind of better times, you could remove it again.
Well, I guess what I'm looking at, and what I was going to bring up earlier, but I'm glad it's coming up now, is to look at deferral of the neighborhood program in its entirety for at least 1 to 2 years. I respect the fact that it's a long-term program that ultimately we need to stay on top of for obvious reasons, but by the same token, in a time of extremely tight fiscal challenges, I'm asking, why would we even continue to do it in 2025? Just defer those projects, push them back a year, move them in. I know it's pushing it down back into the future, but notwithstanding, is there anything that crucial that we can't take a year off, or possibly 2, and push it down the road and really reprioritize those projects? Because we're putting a lot of money into it, I respect it. And how much is coming out of taxes is really what the question is. How much of that tax load would we reduce by deferring that for a period of time? And believe me, I know all about neighborhood rehabilitation. I've been there, done that. I understand the context. But the question is, with this tight year, we have to find something. And you nailed it. You said, where do we find the money? It's typically in the bigger things, unless you look at it that a bunch of small things do add up to big things when it's taken its entirety. And am I convinced that administration has done a good job in that regard? Probably not. But I will defer to your recommendations in this regard. Deal with the big things, and the small stuff will take care of itself, or vice versa. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So I would see putting the neighborhood rehab program off for a year in its entirety, shuffling it down the road, and then let the next council deal with that from a planning standpoint in terms of what needs to happen.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for this proposal, because I was worried with the 11.28%. I do have some concerns, though. So with some of the numbers, if we put off the aquatics expansion, there's no risk to that other than we're putting it off. At some point we'll need it. But with the RCMP lowering that number in the contract adjustment, are we at risk to be in a deficit. All of a sudden, we're short of money, and I get the adjustment. It looks good on paper, but you lower it to 466. What if it's closer to that 700,000? I'd hate to come out of the year and all of a sudden we're $3 million in a deficit.
Yeah. So you're speaking to when I referred to sort of increasing your budget risk. That the costs we incur and how we incur them with the RCMP contract is something that we have to take a really close look at, because I've found it to be frustratingly volatile in the last few years. If you recall, in 2024, in this year's budget, when we were debating this a year ago, Council added, I can't remember exactly what the number was. It was somewhere around 700 or 800,000, because we were running a deficit there. So we made a big jump forward, and then we come in, and I know last year I believe in terms of boots on the ground, we actually were doing really well in terms of the number of officers we had, like our boot count. And then almost immediately after we made that budget adjustment, the boot count dropped back down again, and there was leaves and transfers and whatnot, and now we're running a big surplus again. So I can't tell you exactly what the expenses are going to be in that for that program, but given the size of the surplus that we're running now, like we're not proposing taking the entire surplus amount in. I think we're taking in about half of it, and then we're just saying, let's see how things go. Okay. But you're right. The more you sort of whittle that down, the more it increases the risk that you might run a deficit. But
yeah, that'd be my main concern. The other one is with the ATEs, and I like the idea of just keeping of the numbers the way they are, but why are they down this year? And I don't mean that in, gee, we need to catch more people, but is it because the cameras weren't working, or are people driving more real, in a better way?
So through your worship, there's been, I haven't had a conversation with Protective Services about this since earlier in the year, but my understanding is we believe, it's hard to tell, but we believe we know there's one factor for sure. The provincial government has upped, I think it was over a year ago, they upped the standards that are required in order to issue a ticket. There was less tickets being issued when they changed their standards, and I would need Ms. Rayner to sort of discuss what that is in detail, but that's my understanding, is that's one of them. And then we made a major change to the timing of the lights. And this is sort of speculative, but we believe that that's also had an impact, and that there are fewer people speeding through the intersections because they're getting slowed down at more red lights. So, and again, I'm not offering that as proof. I'm offering that as a speculative reason why.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess I was just looking for, if that number is realistic, the one we had this year, if it was in a deficit this year, that maybe next year we need to make that a little smaller at least.
Yeah, and that's what we did. We're saying put the program back in, but deal with the deficit while you're at it. And then at least that gets us part way to our goal of getting that revenue out as an operating revenue.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. First of all, thank you actually for bringing all these ideas on how we can reduce property taxes, because it's been a huge concern. But my first question to you is that does this approach reduce the city's flexibility to respond to unforeseen circumstances, financial circumstances?
So through your worship, I don't believe there's anything in this recommended option that requires the use of the financial stabilization reserve. So in that regard, it doesn't, and we're not using our line of credit for our operating or anything. So the things we have in place for contingency type situations are being untouched. So in that regard, I would say it doesn't reduce our ability to deal with emergency type situations. Probably will create hardship in next year's budget or maybe future years' budgets, if in terms of wanting to look at new programs or services or whatnot. But
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I agree with a lot of so your other options that's not included in the 6 points So is it 6.2? What do you have? That's not included in that map.
This one's not included in that.
Okay.
That's correct.
So I do agree with a lot of your recommendations, but I don't agree with removing the CPO. And the reason for that is I know Councillor Kelly had flagged it and had supported the flag because I wanted to see if there's another option to find some other source of funding that wouldn't impact property taxes. So with the ATE, we're not really sure what the province is going to come forward with, if it's going to kick in the middle of the year or earlier in the year, we don't know. So I think that it's important for us to still have that role. And because the ATE is kind of connected to protective services, is there a way that we can increase the budgets on that end that can help us still keep the CPO position in this budget that still keeps that property taxes at your recommended 6.2? Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, 6.2%. And I know there are two separate funding sources, but is there something we can do? I mean, we're trying to be creative here to figure out how we can ease the burden on residents. So my question is, how do we not compromise public safety if the ATE eventually gets, removed, and still have that position in this budget?
So, through your worship, my thought was once we find out and have more assurance about what regulations the province is going to put in place, that would probably be the best time to talk about additional community peace officers in terms of our traffic safety program, because then you have more, you know a little bit more about what they will and won't allow going forward. And it's entirely possible that exactly what they've said they're going to do is what they're going to do. And December 1st, we'll get an announcement that says get rid of those cameras altogether, and then at least we'll know. Can we find some other offset somewhere else to allow the community peace officer to stay in the budget? I'm sure we can. It probably won't be in a related program to that. We'll have to probably go somewhere else. But if it was council's desire to keep that in, what I would recommend is when or if the motion gets moved, is just to ask for that number 2 to be split out, and then council could debate that one separately.
Okay.
You're good?
Yeah. I'm good, but I'd like us to debate it.
Pardon?
I'd like us to debate that position, so maybe we can split it out of the entirety. Yeah, later, not now. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Kelly?
Good morning, Troy. I appreciate the thought and the effort. I truly do. I think a lot of what you say makes sense. You referenced in your comments, and I touched on it briefly during budget discussions, the volatility in the costing for the RCMP program, because we have no control over how we get staffed. Some time ago, administration recommended that there be a reserve set up for snow clearing because there's volatility to that and we have no control over when the snow drops. So why wouldn't we have a reserve account for our CMP funding? And it doesn't have to be today, but in my mind, that's how you control large volatile items. You smooth those by taking the surpluses from one year and using it to offset the deficit that arises again through no fault of the city or no programming change of the city, just the way the RCMP itself functions. So why wouldn't we have a reserve for that program similar to snow clearing?
So through your worship, there's no reason why we can't, for starters. The snow clearing program volatility is related to the weather, right? And so I think when we did our exercise, I've referenced this a few times now, when we did our exercise, it was probably around 7, 8 years ago, maybe even 9 years ago, we were running these huge surpluses. And so we had to go, and it was a concern for council and the community, so we went in and we said, what are all the sources of these major surpluses we were running? And the snow clearing program was one of them. It was identified as one of them. Because it can really go, it could be 0 or 2 million on a year-to-year basis, like huge variances. So the decision was made to reduce the amount that we put in the operating budget for it and have money that's set aside to deal with that. I feel like with the RCMP, the reason why it's never occurred to me to do that with this particular program is there might be more that we can do to better understand the costing on our end. Like I'm not even saying it's anyone's fault here, that it's just the nature of the beast with this RCMP contract. But when I said before that we need to take a look at that, and it's a comment that I got secondhand from Ms. Rayner, that there might be more that we can do to understand how that billing works, and to work with K Division on what our estimates are. And perhaps we can just be more accurate in how we budget for it. So I think that was going to be our focus in 2025.
I struggle with the concept. I think through the budget process we've approved, or councils cumulatively have approved 32 boots on the ground. What's the current number that we've approved?
33.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the number is 34.
Okay, it's super. So 34 is the approved number. Have we ever, for more than a week at a time or a short period of time, ever got to the number that we've approved?
You can come up, but I think I'm pretty comfortable saying no. Yeah, no.
and I expect that answer. So what's the purpose in approving 34 and budgeting for 29?
So, sorry, go ahead.
There's a conundrum there that I can't figure out. I'm going to leave it for now. I would encourage you to think about it. Let's move on. I've never understood, Troy, the process or the thought process or the logic behind separating an ongoing important program like neighborhood revitalization, separating provincial funding from that. In other words, it's all tax funded. So every time there's a change, it immediately affects tax revenue or tax levies. And yet, I consider it very important. I consider it something that must be done on an annual basis or a regular basis to meet our obligation. The obligation there is, the last number I heard is old, but it was in the neighborhood of $150 million to get the program done, and we're looking at an inflationary increase every year on that kind of number. So it's an enormous expense. The study that you guys did, I think, explained it fairly well. Our commitment's going to go up to $12 million a year to fund that thing. And if we don't, we might not get it done in time, and then there's a colossal problem. But back to the original point. I don't understand why it is that something that is important and any change would have an immediate tax consequence, and we reserve the grant funding for capital additions that might not be as important, but easier to make because it's not affecting the tax levy or the tax assessment for the current year. So the reliance on the program, if that's part of your rationale, I sort of get it, but every year we get money from the province. Every year they rattle the cage and scare the heck out of the municipalities, and then they come forth. And they will always come forth because they won't get elected if they don't. They know that. We know that. So now that I've spoke, please help me understand.
So through your worship, the principle behind that is that it's our belief that with those core life sustaining programs where you're dealing with not even so much the roads but the water lines and the sewer lines, that the city should stand on its own 2 feet and not rely on outside funding sources. The city becomes a self-sustaining unit for stuff like that. So like we've had MSI and LGFF for so long, it is hard to imagine a world where we don't have that anymore. I agree with you. You take it for granted. But I would point out to the massive fluctuations in how much grant funding we get from them. So even if it never goes away, And now they've got it tied to provincial revenues, which so basically they're tied to the price of a barrel of oil and a gigajoule of gas. So, and those are pretty. Those things fluctuate too. We know that in Alberta. So, that's why one of the reasons why we put it up here is we certainly can. We can start adding it back in or put a little bit in and maybe deal with it later on, get it back out later on. I would just say it's based on the principle that with those most important infrastructure programs, let's stand on our own 2 feet, and then you use your LGFF funding. You'll get projects that come along once in a while, like a fire hall, where you'd go, okay, these don't happen often, but when the project comes along, we can save up some of that funding, and we'll have it because it's the project at that time is there. So that's just kind of the principle behind it. But you don't. We've gotten this. Since I've been here, we've had LGFF funding in our road rehab program, and we're withering away as a city. So it's not. I don't want to make it sound like it's the end of the world to do it that way.
And you touched on my point, though. It makes if we save that grant money for things like the fire hall, and that's maybe a bad example because that's also a necessary thing. It makes the decisions on the not life-sustaining purchases easier if we're using grant money because it doesn't affect the budget. And I think that has an impact and has a sway on the way sometimes votes are cast. And I think that's negative to the rationale that you're using. And I understand it, but I'm not convinced you're getting the result you expect. And that's my point. Mercatcher, I've said enough for now. I'm going to weigh back in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, so my LGFF question's basically been asked, but further to that, if we're going to do something different this year, what is the risk of using it this year as a reliance for a neighborhood rehab, and then not having it as ongoing reliance, just doing that? Because I think that's what my intention was to propose to do, and it can be reconsidered next year. You know, if that formula looks well in our favor and the price of oil is up, right? I mean, it's something that can be evaluated every year. So what is the risk of doing that this year?
Yeah, through your worship, it just so this could be a me thing. I'm not entirely sure, although I get a lot of support from my colleagues around. I really strongly believe in putting clean budgets in front of council that don't pass on future obligations, and it's a bit of a running joke around here because every year we start up the budget process and I'm walking around these hallways going, oh, this is a tough budget year. This is a tough budget year. And I've never once walked around the hallways and said, this is an easy budget year. So we don't know what next year is going to bring. Nobody can sit here and say next year when you roll up these budgets, this is what the world's going to look like. So the reason why we sort of weren't proposing this is that if your intent is to get that money back out of the neighborhood rehab, like the thing that you would worry about is, well, this is a tempting thing to do this basically knocks 1% off your property tax increases. Well, next year's number might be high. Well, what if next year we do it again and then next year, and then we've gone completely backwards from our goal of trying to remove the grant funding from the budget. So I don't know that there's a real risk. You have to rely on the future administrations and future councils that they'll do the right thing. And sorry, I'm going to go on a little bit here. I probably shouldn't name names, but I'm feeling saucy this morning. So I watch a lot of the City of Edmonton's budget deliberations year over year, and it's pretty well known right now. They admit it that they're in a bit of a spot, and I'm fascinated by it. And there's several contributing factors as to why they're in the spot that they're in. And one of those is their willingness, the ease with which they took things, they would pass defer costs into the future. And you defer, and then they start using their financial stabilization. The reason they're in the spot that they're in now is not because they've had budget problems. They have budget problems now. They had budget problems even pre-COVID, and now they've drained their financial stabilization reserve down, and they got nowhere else left to run, nowhere else left to go to sort of pad the numbers. So What I try to do is I put a clean budget in front of council going, here's the full picture. And then as long as council's knowingly doing it, like I'm okay with what's proposed here on the screen. But as long as we all know it, so that next year when we come back around, we remember and we know that we at some point we're going to have to deal with that or not if we decide to keep the LGFF funding. I mean, this can be a deferral that you can leave that LGFF funding in there for years, for a few years before you try to take it back out. But the implications are this funding was going to get used for other things in the budget, possibly the fire hall. I think we were looking at starting to contribute up MSI funds for that. It just means when the fire hall comes around, you'll have to do it it'll be more of a jolting property tax increase at that time. So not a huge risk. I don't want to overstate it. I just want to explain our thinking.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that that answer and further information. Can I go on? I have ATE question. That was one. Yeah, right. I only talked for 30
that was mostly
seconds
me,
and
so
Troy was
blame me for that.
Yeah, he doesn't count against you.
Okay, right. Appreciate it. So I just want to understand the numbers with ATE, as it was my flag as well. So I guess I have kind of maybe a two-part question with this. What's the difference between keeping the revenue at 1.5 million and then increasing the cost 500,000, or just lowering the revenue by 500,000? Let's say they're $500,000 increments, basically. So, because my original intention was to stop relying or to phase out reliance on ATE as a listed budget item as revenue. So that's what the motion that I was going to propose was to phase it out over 3 years and knock it down $500,000 per year. So why I guess what's the difference between doing that and the numbers that you presented in the slides?
Yeah, through your worship, I would actually say we're kind of doing that with this motion, because we're not telling you to restore it back in its entirety. We're saying restore it back and start the process of getting that out of there. And the amount that we propose happens to match up with what we think is actually going to be the deficit amount. But that still starts to wean you off your reliance on that as a revenue source. So okay, I think we're actually kind of doing what you described as being your goal.
Right. Okay. And then would you prefer a motion for a 3-year smoothing of the revenue? Is that, if that's the intent, then should that come from council?
I mean, now you're getting into a motion that directs a future council to do something. Right. Maybe let me think. We don't have to do that today. Right. I mean, we can talk about that again in the spring. Your best bet is to actually get on the next council and, move the motion. But maybe if I can give that some thought, and I'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next. Okay, so I'm going to keep beating this up. So we have in the capital budget for 2025 proposed neighborhood rehab at $5,219,000 and local roads at $2,850,000. So that's $8 million that we have towards road projects. So you said, and just clarify, all the neighborhood rehab is coming out of taxes?
Your worship, I get Ms. Andruka to confirm, but I believe we've done that now. I believe all of neighborhood rehab is through future operating, what do we call it? The
neighborhood rehab is utility funded and the tax funded, based on their assets.
Okay, and the neighborhood rehab is that fully?
Neighborhood rehab is taxes and
fully off
utilities. And there's no LGFF in it right now.
Okay.
Road rehab at the moment is mostly grant funded with the gas tax and some LGFF.
Okay. And I guess that's a question that I've had in the past as well. And I understand getting off the gravy train of LGFF, but I have some of the similar concerns as my colleagues that, we know LGFF will be around for years to come, and yet we use it on other things. With regards to your comment on the pool, I mean, a number of years ago, we started putting money into the future capital in order to bank money in the operating, and that seems to have gotten eaten away. So that kind of really disappoints me. We did that for how many years, and that's gone somewhere. So I'm not sure where that is, but it feels like we're doing it a second time. And when you talk about the fire hall, I guess my comments with that, a future fire hall, I think that should be debenture funded because that's going to be paid for by future generations. And when projects are generational, they should be paid for by future generations, not this one, and then the operating gets spread out accordingly. So I also have concerns about how much money we're putting into the road projects. So at some point in time, I think we do need to have a greater discussion on that maybe we can take some of that out. We can't be having 11% budgets. My first year as a mayor, it was going to be 15%. We took that and smoothed it over 3 years. That was hard, but we have to do something because we can't sustain these just because we don't want to use LGFF on our capital projects. So I know it's supposed to be questions, but yeah, I know I'm breaking the rule, but everybody else has been making comments too, but I think that's, we can have that discussion, and once we get into some motions, we'll see where we go from there. Okay, I'm going to go on to round two. So Councillor Harris, you're first.
Good discussion. I think ultimately we're sitting in a situation where you brought some things forward, Mr. Fleming, that I think make a lot of sense. We talked about, in my earlier comments, about finding some savings in the small things. I would be surprised that if council came forward, and you can tell me what the number would be, if we said, you best know your operating budgets and you best know service levels. If we were to suggest that you had to cut 5% out of your operating budgets, what would that do to the mill rate? And what would it do to service levels? And other municipalities in the past have used similar strategies where the council has said arbitrarily, flat across the board, you cut your operating expenses by 5%. Tell us where you're going to do it. What's the impact on the cost saving and what's the impact on service levels? Because I don't think that anything you've presented here ultimately is looking at a reduction in service level in any way, shape, or form. And the public is obviously always a little bit in a quandary in terms of what are they prepared. They don't want to see tax increases. We'd be shot in the head if we actually passed an 11.29% tax increase. And that's not going to happen. And I think you brought forward some good suggestions. But nonetheless, anytime you ask the public, well, what are you prepared to do without? And you get blank looks on people's faces. Well, I like the fact that I've got the DCC, and I like the fact that I got Harbor Pool, and yes, I like the fact that you're clearing the snow the way you clear the snow. But where are people prepared to take service level reductions? Because that ultimately is the other side of the equation that's not been touched on here in any way, shape, or form, is a reduction in service levels. And administration, and having sat in your chair, I know that ultimately administration has control over those service levels and ultimately how much money you choose to actually allocate to those service levels going forward. And you're in the best position to say, yeah, if council said to cut 2% out, this is really what it would mean. I suspect that it's realistic to have a tax increase from year to year, especially in tight budget years, which you've made reference to, it is. And I can't remember in a time over 40 years of being in municipal government where every budget year hasn't been a tight budget year in the time that I've been in municipal government. It's always been the case. So that's the other thing that I would want to have a discussion. What would happen if we said reduce 2% of your operating budget, and what would that mean? So that's an observation and a kind of a question that I'm floating that I would like to have a discussion with council as to whether that is kind of an omnibus, resolution in some way, because it makes sense in my mind.
Do you have any kind of answer to that?
Through your worship, no, I think Councillor Harris was just posing the question out, but
It's rhetorical.
Yeah. I thought so.
Okay, I just have to make sure. Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
And I don't want to burn this as a question, but I missed the very last exchange between Councillor Harrison and Mr. Fleming. The very last few words. Or maybe it was Gail. You asked a question. I didn't catch what you said, Troy.
I asked him if it was a question that he was asking, what if they cut 2%? And so I asked, is that a question? Does he have a response? And he said he believed it was not a question. And Councillor Harris said it was rhetorical.
Okay, thank you. I want to beat up the grant funding for capital just a little bit more. Sometimes you get unexpected consequences when you adjust things within the economy or the way people make decisions. I want to illustrate this by a real life example. It was my first solid economic lesson as a university student. I used to spend a lot of time fishing in southeastern BC, in and around the community of Sparwood. Sparwood is a smaller community, at that time about the size of Fort Saskatchewan. One major employer, a large coal mine. The major employer, to attract employees to a rather remote area, had a long-standing policy of granting a $10,000 forgivable loan to allow a new employee to buy a house in the community. And I had at that time just really bought my first, within the last 6 months, bought my very first house in Fort Saskatchewan. So I was quite intimately familiar with the price of housing in Fort Saskatchewan. I have occasion to stand out in a mall and I'm waiting for somebody and I'm looking at the real estate office and the house listings that are pasted on the window. And it strikes me that house prices appear to be 10 grand higher than Fort Saskatchewan. And a realtor, of course, comes out to see if I'm interested in buying a house. So I asked a question. I said, why are prices so? They seem high. He said, they went up $10,000 2 months ago. I said, what do you mean? He said, the employer went from offering a $10,000 forgivable loan. They wanted to attract more employees, so they offered a $20,000 forgivable loan. They increased it immediately for new hires by 10 grand. All that happened is that the people who quit and sold their houses were able to get $10,000 more for the house. It didn't do anything for the employees and it didn't do anything for the employer. Those that left benefited. And back to the discussion about how we allocate the grant money and what comes out of tax funds, my concern is its effect on decision making long term. And I will continue to make that point. I'll consider that my first, if you'll allow me, Mayor Katcher. I've got several questions, but I'm going to start with a fairly easy one. I think the problem with the automated traffic enforcement is nobody understands what is happening. So would it be possible for yourself or somebody to give council a rundown of the current understanding of the provincial stance on automated traffic enforcement? My understanding was it was to be gone before Christmas. So I don't know what's changed or what's going on.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'll start and then Ms. Rayner can kind of jump in and anything I miss. But administration attended a meeting in July with the province to get to discuss photo radar and ATE. It was our understanding through that meeting that as of December 1st, when the ATE regulations were to be renewed, that the province would have an update to the program. At that time, we were given some information that we would radically change the program as we know it and have an impact on revenues. The exact details of what will be happening with the program will not be made aware to us until December 1st at the latest. We are expecting that we will hear back from the province next week as the regulations are due for an update. And I'll defer to Ms. Rayner for anything I may have missed.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so the province, we're waiting on that announcement for them to change the regulations officially. And what that will mean is that they will release new automated traffic enforcement guidelines. They have proposed the removal of automated traffic enforcement on all numbered highways. So that is where the majority of our intersection safety device cameras are positioned right now, is on the highway. So we would end up having to remove those cameras. They've also proposed reducing mobile photo enforcement to only school zones, playground zones, and construction zones. So we will lose a couple of our current sites that we operate there as well. So it will significantly reduce our ability to use automated traffic enforcement for traffic safety. So we do await their official announcement so that we can move forward with our contractor to change our program.
Thank you. But to summarize, so there's you believe that the province is serious that they are going to make those changes. It's just a question of when. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. I would suggest that I kind of like the idea of leaving some money in for that revenue stream, but the whole amount doesn't make sense either. And maybe because it is, if we do lose it in January or something, then we have $1.5 million or $1 million hole in our budget day one or early in the year. Maybe it would make sense to hedge your bets there and maybe cut it down to, rather than say $1.5 million, $1 million, with the offsetting 30% for costs. But I'm tossing that out for council to think about. Thank you, Corinne. Mayor Katcher, I'll way back in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go next based on that question. Just hypothetically, if we have to remove them from there, is there any thought about putting them on 86? Because that seems to be our second highway where everybody's speeding and shortcutting through. So would that not give us another option?
Through to your worship, we would have that option to move those cameras off of the highway onto other locations. We would have to go through an analysis and do a site assessment of those types of things. So there are regulations around where you position new ATE technology or cameras at have to meet the criteria that the government sets out. And so we would look at engineering controls, traffic calming situations. We'd take a look at the total collisions in those areas. So yes, we would have the ability to move the cameras, but after an analysis of the sites.
And how much time does it take to do an analysis? And I only ask that. My mother lives in the gardens and she stands on her little balcony and says you should see the cars that speed through there and the amount of traffic that goes through there every day in the morning and in the evening during shift change. So
sorry, Your Worship, that's South Fort Boulevard. Yeah, that is one of the areas that we would look at for sure. And it would take a month or two for us to do some analysis there.
Okay. Will you be needing a motion or are you just going to do that?
Through your worship, we would do that through our normal site assessment analysis.
Okay, thank you. My next question is to Mr. Fleming. So my next question, so with everything that you've provided us, it's basically through the capital operating. Is there anything that you've actually put into these recommendations that takes out anything out of the presentations that we've seen about where you believe that their service level increases or where there could potentially be cuts?
Yeah, through your worship, there was nothing in here like that. I think like the automated enforcement and the community peace officer, those were operating budget related cost increases. So some of it's capital and some of it is operating in these options. But I like I said before, council can look at anything that was presented and like I don't want to make it sound like these are the only options. We could have had slides for days, We don't recommend them necessarily, but.
No, I understand that. I just feel this is a little thin. So, Going to round two, Councillor Nguyen.
A question for you, Ms. Rayner. Lots of curiosity surrounding ATE and what's going to happen. It's good that you're making provisional plans for moving cameras and working with the contractor. Would you say that we could potentially install the same amount of cameras that we have on the highway at different locations? You probably, obviously you have to do the traffic impact assessment and that this is going to be your department's judgment call at the end, but would we kind of get close to maybe replacing the ones that we're going to be losing?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, I don't believe we would. We currently have 9 ISD cameras, so we will be reducing that amount by 8 cameras would have to be moved around the city. You cannot position them within residential areas, so it would have to be on our major collector roads and at intersections. So I don't believe that we would have enough sites to move all 8 that would meet the provincial criteria.
Okay. So maybe a few of them then at best. And then I think I asked a question similar to this before, but in working with our contractor, what was there contingency in the contract with the operator of ATE to or for potential changes that comes from legislation, or if we have to remove a lot of their potential revenue as well, are we going to bear a cost of maybe not fulfilling our contracted responsibilities, if that makes sense?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, we would only bear a cost if we cancelled our contract completely. Then we are obligated to pay the contractor a fee for amortization on cameras. They are aware of these changes that are coming through the province and are willing to work with us to move some of those cameras, and then possibly we could increase into different playground zones as well. So currently right now there's not going to be any extra costs to us because we will continue with our contract until it expires under the new regulations.
And when does it expire? How long of a contract?
In February of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Abatoye, you're on round two.
Thank you. My first question is to you, Ms. Rayner. So the CPO position, it looks like it's not just conventional traffic enforcement, but they're also going to be doing commercial vehicle enforcement. My question is, what kind of revenue do we expect to see from that part of it?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, so we put about $60,000 of revenue within this position. That's total conventional and commercial vehicle enforcement. I would have to do a little bit of a number crunching for you on that one, but it includes both.
Both. So nothing close to 1.5.
No.
Okay, thank you. My second question is to Mr. Fleming. So you provided the last three surpluses that we got in our operating budgets. But we don't have the 2024, and I understand because it's not the end of the year yet. But what is the projected surplus or deficit for 2024, and how have we included that surplus or deficit in this tax smoothing strategy?
Your Worship, I would have to look to finance to recall what we had in the T2 projected. I know we're projecting a surplus. I thought it was around $1 million, but I can't recall the exact number. Yeah, I can. Regardless of the number, so using surplus funds to lower a property tax increase is essentially the same thing as pulling from your financial stabilization reserve to lower the property tax increase. It basically represents lowering your property tax increase with a funding source that's not ongoing. It's a one-time funding source. So we didn't recommend that, and we don't recommend that. Because essentially those surpluses go in your financial stabilization reserve or whatever reserve we deem appropriate at the end of the year.
Okay,
so I understand
just a second. I think Miss Andruko has the number.
So the T2 forecast is forecasting 1.5 mil.
1.5 million. Thank you. Okay, just while she's looking at that, so I'm not asking for us to reduce the property tax increase with the financial stability reserves, but the reason I'm asking that question is if we know that we have surplus in certain things, like for example the RCMP contracts, so is there an ability for us to reduce whatever that specific? So maybe that's the follow-up question. So the 1.5 surplus, where would that be from? And I guess we can get an answer later. But
Yeah, I would
so I'm
say
just so that's the reason I'm asking that question, because
Yeah,
you likely got a surplus from the RCMP contract. That's why
I
you're
would
recommending
offer,
that.
so to Councillor Kelly's question, I don't know, he might have said it off microphone, but I do believe a good chunk of that surplus is utilities related.
Okay.
And then what we do when we prepare the operating budget each year is the directors go over all of their different programs and lines, budget lines every year. And there's a significant amount of adjustments made based on what's in the T1 and the T2 report. So I would say more than likely any of those surpluses that you find within the operating budget have already been reduced or more likely probably reallocated to another area of need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
they can come back with that. Councillor Kelly on round 3.
Certainly, and feel free to interrupt me if when the answer pops up. I don't mind. Councillor Harris and yourself, you made a comment, Troy, in early on that none of the changes here affected spending. There are revenue adjustments and deferrals, but nothing, and unless council is prepared to adjust spending, there is no way to get past today's tax hike and or future tax hikes, because spending is what's driving it. I know Councillor Harris was being rhetorical. I'm less rhetorical. I don't know if I want to make a motion on this or not, but we only look as a council at incremental budgets on an annual basis, which means out of a $95 million budget, we're looking at this year at 8% or 9% of the budget spend. In prior years, it's been 2 or 3%. In other words, we only look at the incremental. As city manager, you have rightfully, I'll add, the ability to reallocate within the budget. So there could have been a program or a service level set by council, or at least approved by council during a budget process from a decade ago, where that service level no longer exists and those monies have been reallocated to something else. Long comment to drive home a point. Unless we look at spending, the budget is always going to be a problem. And tax increases are going to be a foregone conclusion, and tax increases higher than probably what most families would like to see. And I'll just toss that out for now. I'm going to give this some more thought for the next few hours, but I would just conclude on that comment by saying that we've come through a difficult period. Economically, there isn't a family in the land that isn't struggling with it to some degree. When households, let me back up. Households have no choice. They can't go to their employer and say, well, I need an 8% raise this year because my spending requires it. Households have to work with what they have available. And all households, or virtually all households in the land, I'm going to suggest in the last couple of years, have had to curtail and make cuts to their spending, and otherwise to their satisfaction level. Let me put it that way. So I leave that comment for now. I'm going to weigh on again, Mayor Catcher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Harris, I do have a question. So this is the first area that you're talking about, but we also have council discussion and direction on the information items.
Yeah, through your worship, we have to work our way through all the flags, and then council can ask follow-ups on the information requests as well. So we haven't even really started yet.
Okay. Okay. I'll go to Councillor Harris, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. And okay, go ahead, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, the comments I made earlier were ultimately designed to look at the spending context and service levels. And administration knows the service levels and the spending levels better than almost anybody, I guess, in that context. But there's a certain amount of protectionism that goes on when a council says to administration, cut out 5%, you know, so where does that come from? And who best knows where to make that happen is administration. But I think what Councillor Kelly was getting at is that we do have a spending issue, but it really comes down to what are we prepared to reduce, to deal with in terms of reduction of service levels as a result. I had the opportunity when I was consulting to go into the city of Calgary, into some of their largest departments, to identify opportunities for efficiency and effectiveness reductions. And there was no department I couldn't have gone into with a team that would have found 10% reduction in costs without having to impact service levels. But the city of Calgary is a huge billion-dollar organization. We're not. We're proportionally smaller, but I suspect that there are some opportunities if we were creative to be able to look at it. And I mean, we tried to do the efficiency review in the first term of council that I was on in the last term, and that went nowhere because we hired a consultant that was not committed to trying to help us find reduction in opportunities, and that I think was in recreation and culture. And so it went nowhere. And that program review fell off the table because we do this thing with PBB, apparently, which I don't necessarily believe that it achieves the same outcomes. But nonetheless, I think it's a conversation that council still has to have. And in context with all the other things that we've got on the table right now, I'm flagging that as something we ultimately need to still have that by way of a conversation, because I think we can reduce expenditures to a certain extent to have a realistic tax increase.
Okay, thanks. Now, I know it's early, but I need a 10-minute break if people are okay with that. And so it's 12 minutes after, so 10:22, 10:25. Okay, I just need to get some process stuff down. Yeah. Okay, we'll get started. Everybody's here. So, Mr. Fleming, okay. So we've got these, but then we have the flagged items and the information items. Excuse me. Are we able to get through, deal with the flagged items as well? Because you've provided this, and for us to make motions to deal with what we have in here, it probably would be good to see everything if there's, and then if there's any of those, there could be motions that come out of those.
Yeah, I guess my thought was just start, like there's 4 of the flags are in this, so if you wanna work your way down this list, and then that takes care of 4 of the flags, and then a couple of the things that weren't flagged, and then just go into the other flags from there might be, I don't know, that would be one suggestion.
And the other things are in the council discussion and debate or direction, the number 3.
Yeah, it's you can do it that way. We'll have to come back to this list and get to the things that weren't flagged then, if we do it that way.
Okay. So I'm just, Councillor Kelly.
For what it's worth, Mayor Catcher, I think Troy made a good point. He's in their recommendations, I think they deal with 6 of the flags specifically. So if it helps yourself, I'm content with walking through 1 to 6 on Troy's presentation right now.
Okay, so let's deal with those. So rather than just having discussion and debate with Troy, we'll put a motion on. Now I know there's 4 that you've got in draft resolution. I would anticipate those would be split out anyway. So rather than one generic resolution, it would be that the draft budget be whatever each item is.
Yeah, just read that first sentence and then read the numbered item after it, if the desire is to do them one at a time.
Okay, so who would like to kick us off? Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, might as well, as it was my flag. So yeah, I'll move that the 2025 budget be amended to increase ATE program revenues from 0 to 1.513845 million and increase the ATE program cost from $0 to $500,000.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I think that we had good discussion on this already. And thank you, Ms. Rayner, for giving lots of context to the program. It's a motion that it obviously it impacts our budget right now, and it can be revisited in the new year after, I think we're a week out, Paul mentioned, from hearing what is going to be happening. So we can revisit this in the new year if there's any changes to the projected ATE program.
Okay, thank you. It's on for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm not against the motion, but I would like to suggest to council that given the uncertainty, and I fully expect that there's going to be changes sometime in the next year on the traffic enforcement, then rather than bring it up to 1.5, which I think was the number from this current year, that we know it wasn't. So maybe I misunderstood. Again, question please, what's the anticipated revenue for 24?
Through your worship, I was looking at that number yesterday. It would be about 670. Oh no, that was the net variance. It's around 2.4 million. Is Andruko?
Is it
2.2? Okay. I'm making numbers up here. I'm close.
But then I stand corrected.
We're bringing it up enough to keep the program, to deal with the program as it's actually performing this year. But we're dealing with the budget variance that we are experiencing right now. That's what we're doing.
Well, that's where you're confusing me. You say we're keeping it at a level what we're actually experiencing this year, which led me to believe that 1.5 is this year's number.
So sorry, I'll try again. It's budgeted in the 2024 budget right now at something like 2.2 million, but it's running a negative variance. So what we're proposing is bring it back up to a level to based on what it's actually performing at in 2024.
Okay, so back to the 1.5. That's the actual number for the current year.
That would be reflective of actuals for 2024, not budget for 2024.
Thank you, but that was my point. So given that we anticipate changes, and I don't think anybody would argue that, I don't, and that the 1.5 is our actual for 24, and we know there's going to be changes for 25, I would propose, in fact, I will move an amendment if it's not considered friendly, and reduce the revenues from 1.5 million down to an even 1 million, and adjust the costs accordingly. That would bring them down to a neighborhood of 305,000 for. So the net is good, rather than being a million net, it would be, my intent would be somewhere around 700,000 net.
Okay, and I don't see that as friendly, so I would take it as an
Okay, that's fine, absolutely. So consider that an amending motion, please.
Okay.
And I obviously welcome council's thoughts on it.
Okay, so we'll deal with the amending motion to reduce the from 1.5 to 1 million.
And the costs accordingly. And I assume it's a simple percentage, that roughly the same percentage would apply.
Okay, so while they're working on that, Mr. Fleming?
Well, I think your resolution covered it in terms of adjust the contract costs accordingly, and then we'll deal with it when we come back. Even when we come back on December 10th, we would have refined numbers.
I'm good with that from my perspective. Thank you.
Okay, do you have anything further to speak to that?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Councillor Blissert, you were first on the first motion, but do you have anything on the amending motion?
You know what, it would apply to both, so I'll just speak on this. You know, my preference, I'm not going to support this adjustment. Only because I think December 10th is maybe when we should be discussing this more, and then maybe we can actually have real numbers. We're going to know before December 1st by what has been said to us, what the province is doing. And so December 10th, I think we could have a more realistic discussion on the numbers. If they say it's going to start January 1, we'll know that we need to do more. If it's not going to start till September or June, we can go by percentages. So I think, to me, this should be postponed until December 10th. So I'm going to support a motion somewhere along the line or go against it, but I think we'll rediscuss it December 10th.
Okay, thank you. You can buzz back in for the main motion. Councillor Macon on the amending motion. Or Macon? Did I say Macon?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I think so. The original motion already represents, if I'm correct, approximately $600,000 increase to taxes to cover the difference of what we would have budgeted.
Your worship, that sounds correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I think along the same lines as Councillor Blizzard, I'll just support the main motion, and I think that we'll have a better idea on December 10th, because maybe Councillor Kelly's number is good, and maybe we should leave it as it is. So I think December 10th we'll have a better idea. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, to that point, I think what Councillor Kelly is trying to achieve is just a more conservative approach, and I'm fine with the amended motion as was read in. But I think changes are going to happen to these numbers, obviously, when we get reporting back. So I'd be happy to support the amended motion or the original motion that I read in. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye.
What if it comes back and there are no changes? What kind of impacts will that have on this budget? But I guess my first question is, what kind of percentage increase does this have on this changes?
So through your worship, are you referring to the amendment?
Yes. No, I'm referring to the main motion.
The main motion. So I'll try to explain it in property tax percentage terms, because that always seems to be the clearest way through for us. There is roughly just under a 3% property tax increase required to deal with a wholesale removal of the ATE, or not a wholesale removal, but a mass reduction of our ATE program based on what we think the province might do. The amendment, the recommendation that I put on the slide, more or less dialed that back, and it's maybe just over a 1% increase in property taxes required.
Oh, so it's 1%.
We're still saying you have to increase property taxes for the ATE program, but we're saying just deal with the variance and leave the rest of the program status quo for now.
So I'm saying the tax impact of that is 1%.
Of the original recommendation, you still have to do just over a 1% property tax increase. It'd be like 1.2 or something.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kelly on close on the amending motion.
Thank you. I was hoping that we could get through this particular budget today or in the next meeting at least. I'm hearing some councillors suggest that we're going to revisit this when we get an official announcement. I rather doubt that we're going to get an official announcement early December. I don't think that's the political way. If they are not prepared to come across with their original plan of kiboshing it almost immediately, we can. I got $20 that say it'll take another 6 months. Either they do it or they will procrastinate, and we won't have any additional information. So I'm still confused. So I want to, again, Troy, come back to the budget number was 2.2. The actual anticipated is 1.5.
In terms of revenues, I believe.
And I'm just talking revenue because the costs are relatively variable or directly variable to that. So without anything happening, for you to budget or for your people to budget, we would have had to reduce the budget from 2.2 to 1.5 regardless, because it's a fool's fallacy to budget for numbers that we know we can't anticipate. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think I referenced that in my original presentation, saying we'd have to do this anyway.
At least part of it anyway. It's because it's just not there. So the discussion we're having today is, do we budget for 25 for the actual revenue that we're collecting in 20 or anticipate collecting in 24, knowing that the province gave us a heads up that the rules on this are going to change? And I don't think we can do that. I'm open to having another discussion if, in fact, this stuff gets back in front of, or the province makes a decision sometime between now and the finalization of this budget, which I'm going to suggest is, correct me if I'm wrong, just before we send out or just before we pass our assessment bylaw. Isn't that correct? We don't by law have to have this budget, or we can amend it at least for many days into the next calendar year. Is that correct?
Yeah, through your worship, this budget is, you could theoretically consider it to be tentative in nature or draft in nature until April, May when we pass the final.
The property tax bylaw.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm good with the 1.5 if this council would accept a motion that if there's information forthcoming before we pass the property tax bylaw that this subject gets reevaluated. I'm also concerned that if in fact there is no information from the government before the end of May or the end of March, that we still revisit this because we still don't know what's going on. So I'm going to stick with my original million, the amendment. I think it's more prudent. Mayor Catcher, I see some other names up there, so I assume they want to speak on this, so I'll be quiet for a minute.
Okay, Councillor Blizzards was on the main motion. Okay, just a second. Okay, so this is round two on the amending motion. Let's see, Councillor Harris, you weren't on round 2. Okay.
I'm okay with the recommendation from administration of 1.5. I think either way, we're just kind of throwing darts at the wall because we really don't have too much idea of what the province is going to do. I think the libertarians in that caucus ultimately are the ones that are driving this, this getting away from things like photo radar and on numbered highways. So I'm okay with the 1.5, but I think we've talked around the whole idea, respecting the fact that it will not be known for quite some time. But we have to have some level to go to the community in terms of what we're prepared to deal with the tax increase for 2025, respecting the fact that we can make some adjustments well into the future going forward. So I'm okay with the original motion. Reducing it to a million is just arbitrary. So administration came forth 1.5. That's where I'm probably prepared to land.
Okay, thank you. So we're still on the amending motion. Councillor Blizzard.
If the cameras, whatever, all of our enforcement, ATE and whatever, red light, speed on green, cameras were working, what would our amounts have been this year? Is that the 2.2 million? They would be higher if they were working like all year without any issues. What would you expect the amount? I guess you wouldn't know.
Yeah, through your worship, they have been functioning all year. This is what we expect. They came
so they
online.
have been functioning, and it was only 1.5 million, or was the 2.2?
It was one. It's the 1.5 is what we expect the actuals to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do we put 2.2? Because you're assuming more traffic for next year in the original?
We put these numbers in place a few years ago when we revamped the cameras and went with the new vendor. And since that time, we set the budget based on that. And then since that time, like I said before, 2 things happened. The provincial government again changed the regulations and tightened up the rules around the tickets we could send out. And we made changes to the traffic flows on the highway. And we believe those 2 factors is what's created a scenario where we don't meet the budget expectations anymore.
Okay. So we're going by putting in for the amounts that were generated this year. I guess that would cause me a little bit of concern, because I agree we probably won't know by December 1st, but maybe we'll know, and we may not by the time the actual budget comes. But I do think we'll still get some revenue, but we'll know better in the future. So yeah, it's a bit of guesswork.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon on the amending motion.
Thank you. Just a question, and this is probably for Mr. Edginton, I imagine. Just clarification on the December 1st. It's my understanding that it is that day because of the finish of the regulations of the old ATE system. So the province would be required to provide us what those new things are moving after December 1st, even if the date was different. We should be anticipating a response.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, that's correct. So as of December 1st, the existing ATE regulation expires. And there's a number of other changes there that administration's looking at, such as, for example, a freeze on existing photo radar cameras. So we are expecting a response from the province on ATE in regard to the scope and depth of that response. They may choose to not speak to photo radar, but we're expecting that they will.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fleming, you have your light on? Oh, you're going to get called on if your light's on. Okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Kelly on close on the amending motion.
I have one more comment, sort of related. I would like to suggest to administration that for future budgets, and this is simply a suggestion, that we remove the enforcement revenue from the enforcement budget. It sounds like, and we have to set a budget, but all of the discussion around here is about the revenue that our fines generate, and it's supposed to be about traffic safety. And so I give it some thought. I don't think that necessarily that the enforcement people need to toss it onto their budget. I really don't. there's an interrelation and an interplay, absolutely, but I don't think it belongs as part of a profit center. I just don't think that's the concept here. I think that's what in part gave it a bad rap at a provincial level. I'm going to stick with my million. It's a shot, absolutely. Nobody knows. I'm just being more conservative, and that's it. It's an attempt to be a little bit more conservative. I anticipate changes, and then I would also just look at Mr. Fleming. There is an understanding between yourself and council that when this information comes back, or no information comes back in early December, that you will revisit it with council either way, just to bring us up to speed.
Yeah, through your worship, I think you have to.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we can just sit on it. If we know, if they make changes that knowingly have a dramatic impact on the budget, council has to have a discussion.
And I appreciate that. So I'll stick with my million. I believe it's a better estimate, but if we're prepared to revisit it when and if we know something more, I'm also comfortable with that. So call the question, Mayor Catcher. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is now closed. The amending motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. So the amending motion is defeated 4-3. So we'll go back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? You were on for the main motion once. You're good? Go to Councillor Noyen for anything on close on the main. You're good. The main motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Main motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so then the next item that was on the list was the recommendation to delete the community peace officer in the entirety. Does anybody want to put that? Councillor Kelly?
I will put that motion on. That was, I think, my question as opposed to a flag, but I appreciate the thinking around the ATE and the CPO tie together. So I don't have a motion in front of me. I think you prepared one. I don't have it. Consider that my motion, please.
It's on.
Okay, thank you. I move that the proposed 2025 capital operating and utilities budget be amended by deleting budget recommendation 26-0018 community peace officer in its entirety.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think it all makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris?
I'll support the motion. I think ultimately it should come down to traffic safety. What's the best way to achieve traffic safety on our roads, respecting the fact that we have people who both live here and don't live here that are roaring through our community and ultimately causing unsafe conditions with unsafe speeds on our highways and our roads. So from that standpoint, I think having a community peace officer when we get away from the whole issue of photo radar and how we're dealing with automated enforcement is something we have to look at from a service level standpoint. What does safety mean in our community? So taking it out from this standpoint is something that I flag from the standpoint that we're going to have that conversation about safety and the best way to achieve that. I think the province's rationale for getting rid of automated enforcement, especially with what the city of Edmonton was doing on the Anthony Henday, was they were fishing holes and it was just a revenue issue as opposed to a safety issue. And anytime I drove down the Anthony Henday and I was going a little bit faster than the speed limit, no more than 104, if you believe that. As soon as you knew where the cameras were, you probably went back to where you were. And I doubt if I was different than anybody else. So It is something we're going to have a conversation regardless of where this goes, but I think taking it out on the balance of the things that we're looking at to try to balance this budget is something that makes sense at this point in time. But we definitely need to have that conversation from a traffic safety standpoint going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I agree with the comments that was made before myself. But my question is, when we eventually know where the province is going, what is the likely source of funding for this position?
The source of funding would be tax revenue.
Exactly. So, and say by spring or December 10th, we know for sure that AT is going to be going away and we need to hire this position. So we're going to come back and say that, oh, by the way, property taxes will increase by not by 6.2%, but by 6.4%. Just throwing an arbitrary number out there. That's going to increase property taxes, right? So why are we removing it right now with the hope that by the time we get information, we might add it? Why don't we leave it on the budget right now, and then if we need to take it out, then we can take it out?
Through your worship, it's just not a practice of ours to leave something in the budget if we're like as an unknown. You know, like it has the same force and effect if you do it either way you're talking about. Once we pass the budget in May or April or May. So, but I think what we're saying here is we're not going to consider that until we know about the AT program. So that's why the recommendation was there to take it out. I'm sure it'll be back for discussion though.
I'm sorry? Side comments? Okay. I'm going to think about it.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'm not going to vote for this. I think there was a lot of thought put into this, and I think with the amount of traffic, especially the large trucks that are coming through our community, and I know we've had concerns before about the safety of our citizens and the deficiencies that are in these vehicles. And when I even heard about the deficiencies of the ones that were pulled over before, it gives me a great cause for concern. And we talk about safety. Well, this is one of them, and I think we really need to talk about it. So I actually support leaving this one in there. I know we have one officer that does this, but I just think with the volumes of large vehicles, these big trucks that are coming through, I just think we have to do our due diligence, and I'm not comfortable. You know, you hear about the horror stories that happen with tires flying off and things flying out of vehicles. Well, you know what, we have an opportunity to stop these vehicles, to do inspections and get them off the road if that's the case. I don't think it should fall solely on one officer to do this. So I can't support this one. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'm having second thoughts as well about removing it. To me, this motion, it's tied together with ATE, and I think what Councillor Abatoya said was my line of thinking as well, is that maybe this should come back and be reevaluated along with ATE if something happens differently than what we're predicting. I think Dow is expecting around 5,000 extra workers and trades come this next summer, and we do have pedestrian crossings on the highway, and I would definitely like to see our main corridor monitored, and that's the initiative as was presented to us. If it does so happen that ATE is left alone the way it is right now, status quo, then I would probably want to have the discussion about this at that time in the new year. So I think I'm going to vote against the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, round one.
I will support this motion. This was put in due to ATE removal. So if anything changes in that, then we can reevaluate this. But for now, trucks are still getting stopped on the highway. Actually, I saw one not that long ago. So, there is still enforcement on it. There is still safety on it. I think the rest of the officers, I guess we need training on some, but they still do monitor that. So I support removing this for the time being.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to round two. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I will not support this motion. Sorry, wait. We're deleting it. So I do not support this motion. Earlier this year, we heard from the Protective Services Department about the RCMP priorities. We heard that one of their priorities is public safety, right? And I believe that public safety remains the top priority for our residents. And we also heard about the fail rates, 50% fail rate of commercial vehicles. And I think that was alarming, and I know a lot of council agrees with this. And so for that reason, I really would like to see this left on the budget. And I do agree with it being tied to AT, and we're trying to figure out strategies on how we can smooth this tax increase. But I don't think that this is something that we should be cutting from this budget at this time. I'd like to see it remain on this budget, and therefore I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to round one, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. I do believe that regardless of ATE, the traffic flow in our community is going to increase, and traffic safety with that becomes even more important. So I do believe this is a valuable position to our community and is a step towards making our highways safer. So I will not support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Go to close. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. We were told, in fact, this morning that the light sequencing on the highway has been changed and it's slowed traffic down, and that's why we're not getting the speed camera revenue that we've been getting. The secret to traffic safety isn't having one more officer out there stopping 3 trucks a day when we have 1,000 coming through the community. The secret to traffic enforcement is to making system changes so that the accidents aren't as likely to happen. So when we change the sequencing on the lights and we force cars and big rigs to slow down or come to a complete stop more often as they traverse through town, they have very little ability to get back up to 70 kilometers an hour before the next light comes along. And the accidents at slow speed are an accident, absolutely, but a slow speed accident is not likely to cause any serious harm to anybody or building. So I guess the point is that, and as much as I hate to perhaps sound like I'm defending the provincial government, maybe the point is that there's other methods rather than fining and having light cameras or speed cameras. There's other methods available that are less intrusive that accomplish the true safety aspect, such as changing the timing of the lights on the highway. And by the way, we get very, very few, if any, heavy trucks within the slower 40-kilometer-an-hour zones in the city. The odd delivery to the retailers, absolutely, but those trucks are crawling along. I'm unaware of any accident that's ever occurred from an incident like that, other than maybe they back into a stop sign one day or something like that. So I don't see the need. And I would also add that rather than tie this to the enforcement revenue, that it would maybe make more sense to look at our community safety as a total package, and that we tie the community peace officer boots on the ground to the RCMP boots on the ground. And if we're having problems getting what we think we need for a safe community from an RCMP perspective, maybe the argument could be made that we pick up our community peace officer ranks and pick up, now I understand they do different things, but they also complement. And back to the big truck safety thing, the odd one gets pulled over, but most of the enforcements we hear about in the 50% fail rate, those are from campaigns that are multifaceted and have multiple departments involved, and I'm going to suggest probably even multiple communities involved on blitzes that happen at certain times of the year. I don't think adding one CPO is going to change that remarkably or markedly at all. So I think we leave it the way it is. I'm noticing, and I just have to say this, a change in some of the councillors' comments. We support administration on one, but no, we can't support administration on two. We think they're right, but we think they're wrong. And that's fair. That's fair. I do the same. I'm just telling you, if it's tied together and that's administration's perspective, and if we're going to bless them on one, we ought to be prepared to bless them on two on this one. Call a question, Mayor Catcher. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noyens just pointed out on their screens for their motions. It's a different motion. Mine's correct.
It's the RCMP contract increase that we haven't described.
I don't.
I got on the screen right up here.
Yeah, but what's in your Easter? You pass the motion. Hit the green box.
Oh, mine's right now.
Okay. Okay, check yours now. Okay, there we go. We just want to make sure people are voting on the right thing. Okay, so on this one, the motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Okay, the motion is carried 4-3. Okay. Okay, next one, delete budget recommendation 12-030 aquatics operations. Can you change the screen? Does anybody want to put that motion on? Oh.
The next one's number 3, life cycle.
Are we going based on these draft recommendations, or are we?
That's what we've been doing. In this order.
Yeah, he's doing them based on the presentation that he gave us.
Yeah, if you look at the flagged items document itself, we're not in that order.
And I can do it since I proposed it.
Okay. So we've got. Okay. Councillor Blizzard, you're the one that flagged that one.
Sure, so I'll make the motion. I make a motion that the proposed it just disappeared on me. Can we have it up again? Hang on. That the proposed 2025 capital operating and utility budget be amended to delete budget recommendation 12-0302 aquatics operation expansion in its entirety. And in speaking to that, I totally understand the idea of this one, but I also feel that in a year where the increase in our taxes is quite substantial, I think this is something that we could leave for another year. We will not have this facility for another few years. And we're still talking about it. There's still a lot more going on. So I think this could be easily deleted for now, and then we will look at it again next year.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. Just give me a second. Okay, and it's open for discussion and debate. So Councillor Noyen.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to change my mind on this one. I don't support deleting this budget recommendation. It was very clear from a majority of people in Fort Saskatchewan that a new aquatics facility is a priority, and with that comes operating costs. So it'd be very prudent if this council began placing reserve funds for future operations, and I think that is exactly what comes along with this, and it was communicated to the public as well. So this would be, to me, best practice.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I don't think I'm going to support this, although I will listen to the comments from my fellow councillors here. I agree with Councillor Nguyen. I think that putting this off to future years, just like we've talked about in other things with this budget, it just moves it. Just moves it. We still have to account for this. We committed to this project, and I think that this goes along with it. And I really believe that we are going to hurt future budgets by delaying this. And I think a financially responsible way to do this is to start it in small increments rather than leave it to next year and hope we don't have all of these other pressures, because I do think that there are going to be things that we don't expect, and we need to get this on the books. So at this point, I'm not going to support the motion, but I look forward to the other comments.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. A rhetorical question. I don't know why any citizen should be paying for an asset, not the asset, rephrase that, paying for the operation of an asset that's 3 or 4 years out. I don't use the swimming pool. I'm not likely to use the new one, and I don't understand why my property taxes would reflect in 25 anticipated operating costs for a pool that isn't going to arrive for many years. First point. Second point, the community voted for it, and I respect that absolutely. The community was also given ample information on what this project would cost. The community expects it. I don't think anywhere in there the community understood that they'd be paying for it this year when it's not available, because we're also still paying for the existing harbor pool to be open and operational and subsidizing that dramatically this year. So I think the cost for these things arrives on the desk when the asset arrives on the desk. And to smooth it is to shelter the populace so that we don't alarm them. The populace in this particular instance had their say. There was a lot of information and a lot of discussion in the community. Everybody understands that when the pool opens, there's going to be a property tax hit. And I don't think we need to be coddled. I don't think we need to camouflage the fact that the pool opening is going to cost the community a lot of money. I honestly believe that if we continue to smooth and to coddle, we make decisions like new pools very easy for not only council, but for the community as a whole. And I think we should be faced with the economic consequences, not smoothed out and patted down and made more comfortable. I think we deal with them as they hit the floor. So I support removing this. I fail, and I stress, I fail to see any reason, particularly when the community is expecting it down the road, to start paying for operations on a pool where we haven't even done the design work yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Following point of view, I think this comes down to respecting the fact that there are kind of two unique types of people live in our community. Those that want these types of facilities now and into the future, typically young families with young children who are looking for things for them to do, and I think we all support that. And we heard from the community that building a pool of the type that we put forward in that in the census is something that we heard well from. But we also know there are long-term residents in our community who will never use a facility. I use the Dow every day, but I don't use the pool because I'm not a swimmer, and I will not use the pool in the future. But it's nice to have, and I respect the fact that ultimately we need to build facilities that will appeal to existing people in our community and actually as a draw to bring people to our community, because we have the amenities that ultimately are quality of life, promote a high quality of life. But I think taking this recommendation out of the budget right now makes sense. I agree with Councillor Kelly that ultimately it's something that we'll have to deal with in a future period. And so I would suggest taking it out of the budget this year makes eminent sense. And ultimately, it is a source of conversation that the next council will have to have as they ramp up to do the design work for the facility that we will ultimately build in a future period. So I support removing this because it is a tough budget year, as we heard the city manager say. And this is ultimately something that makes appropriate sense to remove from the budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Can I ask a question first before I speak on the motion? So why was the future facility operating reserve contribution not considered as part of this property tax smoothing process?
So through your worship, the smoothing plan was built on the idea of building that fund up. So building it up and taking it down, it would have kind of offset itself.
You just freaking confused me.
So you're referring to the $1 million that's in the future facility operating fund.
That's correct. Yes.
So the smoothing plan involved increasing that fund by a significant amount of money. So there wouldn't have been a lot of wouldn't have made a lot of sense to increase it by $1.2 million and then decrease it by $1 million.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yes. No, I get what you mean now. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I definitely support the motion. Our community said that they wanted aquatics facility. Yes, I agree, and there's a price to pay for that. We also know that this year is a tough budget year. I think this is an easy, low-hanging fruit that can be removed from the budget to help with that tax burden. And let a future council deal with it, honestly, just to pretty straight. But I support the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'm going to support the motion as well. Number of years ago, we said we knew we were going to have a new pool or a new arena, one of the two, and we put $400,000 into the budget, and then the next year we put some money into it, and we started the future facility fund, and that was supposed to buffer for when the facility came on. So we were doing that within our budget, and then somehow that has been eroded to I don't know how much goes into that now each year. So I guess my comment is when we start doing these things, you either have to stick with them and not take them out of budgets on tough years, because that was going to give our buffer, but that buffer paid 100 or for the JRC in the entirety. So it that money got set aside for that one, but still within our operating, it got eroded away. And that's what disappoints me, because we were actually working towards that where we wouldn't have spikes in our budget. So I do agree. I don't think this is the year to do it. I know, and I know I've been told before, don't spend money before it's coming in, but we have a lot of industry that's coming online, even with their 20%. Probably by the time the pool is open, that would probably buffer some of that as well. So I think that there can be a little better analysis done with this. I would have been okay doing an incremental amount to start getting our buffering portion forward, but not at this rate. Councillor Macon, round two.
Yes, thank you. Administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that our publications to the community regarding the pool and the engagement on the tax increases did say 10% over 5 years, and that the public should not have been anticipating a 10% when it opened. I'm pretty sure that I read that.
Yeah, through your worship, that my memory just can't go back to that level of detail in terms of exactly what we said. At a high level, the general public was told to expect roughly a 10% property tax increase based on the cost projection that we had at the time.
Yeah.
I can't recall if we had stated whether or not it would be spread over or just, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It is my recollection that that is what the publication said. I definitely stand to be corrected. I just don't see the point of condensing that in future years. I think that we're just putting a liability on there later, and with the unknown of what comes in the next 4 budgets, I think that we're opening it up to some serious increases that go beyond 11.28.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. My recollection, and certainly my understanding at least, was that the pool will open in roughly 5 years' time, and it's going to add 10% to your property tax bill. I'm a business person, or at least a former business person. I am in 40 some years of being in business and actually working with a lot of different businesses, can honestly and faithfully say that I never once met a business person who said to me, I would really like to pay 10% of my next year's cost to my supplier now just so I don't have to pay my supplier next year. That just does not happen. The smoothing makes it less noticeable when the pool opens, and it makes everybody feel very warm and fuzzy. But the point is, and I think this can't be forgotten for the future, facilities like this actually cost a lot of money, and the community should recognize that. And making them feel warm and fuzzy about it doesn't give, in my mind, the proper recognition to the fact that this is very expensive, and it's being supported by the entire community for the benefit of those that actually use it. So I think we've got our votes in place, so I can be quiet, and thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I was going to mention that if this is a split decision for 3, and there is an appetite to look at a different number, I'd be willing to put on a new motion with a different lower number. Just some comments. Councillor mentioned that the 10% was communicated to the public in a certain way, and I just request that be clarified, because I have the same recollection as her what the wording was on that. So I'm not sure if you brought that up already, but and I don't see this either as a method to coddle the public. I think it was mentioned. I see this as a way that we can prepare for future budgets and unknown expenses that could arise in a few years' time when a new facility is going to be open, and therefore this would be, I believe I mentioned before, but prudent to do beforehand. Obviously, this money, if something happens and a aquatics facility is defeated or something by the next council, then this money allocation can be used for other future facility reserves or operating costs of that nature. So I think it's a smart idea to do this.
Okay, round 3, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Regardless of the wording of what was publicly circulated, I'm going to suggest that the wording and the understanding would be 2 different things, and there isn't a person in the community that expected the pool to open next year. I would add to this discussion that at no point during the last year, and particularly during the pool discussions, did we ever advise the community, the homeowners and the residents in the community, that we were going to start this 25 budget year with a proposed 11.2% increase. Had we made that common knowledge a year ago, it's entirely possible that the question on the pool would have gone entirely different. Conjecture, absolutely, but the fact is that the news media and the news is full of hardship stories on the impact that the economy is having on the citizens. I read almost weekly in my news feed, or it's blasted to me in a video somewhere, that usership within food banks across the entire country has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. A lot of the people that use, in fact, I'm going to suggest that virtually everybody that uses a food bank still pays a mortgage or pays rent, which pays a mortgage. In other words, they live in a building somewhere in the community, and that building somewhere in the community is going to be now assessed their share of $1.1 million to pay for a pool that isn't opening for 5 years. And we don't know what the actual picture of that pool is going to look like, and we don't know what those actual operating costs are going to be. So I support getting rid of it. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Macon on round 3.
Thank you. So I'll just add that quick looking at our website does say under frequently asked questions, the one about funding and tax implications that are anticipated, it does say the construction and operation of the new aquatics facility will see phased tax increases. And I think that if you went out to the public and asked if they'd like to see their 10% over the next 5 years, or if they'd like to see it all at one time on top of whatever that year's one is, I think that they'd rather see it in a phased approach. So again, I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor, excuse me, Nguyen on round 3.
Yeah, so I looked up the dollar amount that is in the budget for 120302, and right now it's $1.14 million. So I'd like to make an amending motion to reduce this amount to $500,000. If there is interest in doing that, and it can be increased in next year, 500,000 is roughly a 1% tax increase. There's about a 2.2% tax increase with the current allocation. So I'd move that 120302 is reduced to $500,000 in the 2025 operating budget.
Okay, we'll give them a second to put an amending motion on. So now we're only talking about the amending motion. Okay, do you wish to speak to your amending motion while they're working on it? Councillor Nguyen?
Oh, sorry. I thought we were just going to wait for it to come out.
No, we'll give that. We'll keep talking while they're working on it.
Yeah, so I don't have too much to add right now. Besides the fact that there might be more interest from council in doing a smaller number right now. I think I mentioned this already. So it is up to council. I'm putting it out there. We can defeat the motion. We can stay with the number as recommended by administration. If this one is defeated, we still get to vote on the original number proposed by Troy and his team.
Okay, thank you. So this is only on the amending motion. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm not the only former or active business person on council. I wonder if other businesses in the community, and I'm speaking from a business perspective here, look at the future cost of their insurance and immediately start to write checks to their insurance broker in anticipation of a rate increase 2 years down the road. I know that every household in the community periodically buys a new vehicle, or at least new to them vehicle. And in my entire lifetime, I've never bought a new to me vehicle that cost less than the new to me vehicle that I bought the previous time. But I don't rush to the car dealership and start writing them checks today so that in 3 or 4 years' time, when I buy the next new to me vehicle, that I won't have to pay more for it. In other words, I live with the cost as they arise. And for that reason, I appreciate Councillor Nguyen's attempt here. I believe that had we told our citizens that we would be looking at consecutive years of property tax increases, that are significantly higher than they've been used to for the prior 7 years, that this decision could have been treated or could have expected a different result. So it is a very difficult year. Next year is going to be the same, by the way. And I don't support the amendment either for the same reasons, the ones I just spoke to and the reasons I spoke to earlier on the original motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I guess I'll say that I support this motion. I would rather I'd rather not, but I do get the feeling from council that they are looking at using this as a way to reduce, and I can appreciate that. But I am happy to see it not be completely taken out, because I do think it is prudent for us to plan for this and not to plan to hit them with a full amount. And I think that if you look in the request over the next 5 years, it was slightly different every year anyway, so it just might take some adjusting. But I'm happy with this over the full. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaking to the motion, so while I didn't agree with the 1.14 for the same reasons that I had said, I would support the 500,000 so that it can be incrementally put in, but my comments go back to, we put these in, we can't erode them out after, because it feels like we're doing it a second time. So this would at least give us getting back to where we were supposed to be. And I do agree it is prudent, because if it can be spread over the number of years, then it will make a lesser impact. So I will support this. Councillor Abatoye?
I just had a question for where this new number take us to in terms of, so we're at 6.2 right now. Where does it take us to if it goes from 0 to 500,000?
It would just be over a little over 7%.
Over 7%? So I want to say 7.1.
7.6.
Okay.
06.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I do not support the motion, the amending motion. I believe that even at 6.2%, that's still pretty high, but taking it even higher is going to, cause further financial burden on our residents. I believe that there are creative ways that we can find how to smooth taxes in the future. And one of it is what I really agree. I agree with what Councillor Harris said about looking at our service levels. There's an opportunity there for us to figure out how we can ease tax burden on our residents. But for this amending motion, I absolutely do not support it. I think that we can leave that property taxes at increase at 6.2%. It's pretty high compared to where we're coming from, but I think it's still acceptable. Thank you.
Councillor Harris on the amending motion.
Well, I won't support 6.2%, so we have to continue to find cost savings, and this is one of the opportunities to leave it in. So I don't support the reduction. I believe we have to take the whole 1.140 out of the budget. Now we can deal with it in the future, or future council can deal with it.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Nguyen on close of the amending motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have anything on close. I think everything's been said in council stands, or they do right now, so I'm prepared to call it to question.
Okay, thank you. So this is only for the amending motion. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated. So we will go back to the main motion. That was Councillor Blizzards. Anything further on the main motion? If not, anything on close, Councillor Blizzard?
I'm sure there's some people that are listening or in the audience that are like, maybe it feels like we're not going ahead with the pool. I am in support of the pool. 70% of the population, which included me, supported this. So I do look forward to it. I just think this isn't the year to do that tax smoothing. We can look at it again next year, and maybe next year, if it's another tough year, we'll put in a little bit, but we can look at it then.
Okay, thank you. So this is on the main motion. It's now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Now I've been asked for a 5-minute break. I know, and it's almost lunchtime. Do we know if there's, sorry.
Well, I just heard that the lunch is here. We just got the message it's here.
Pardon?
The lunch is here.
Okay, so let's, instead of just taking 5 minutes, we'll take our lunch early then, because it's 11:30, so back at 12:15. Troy, do you have everybody here that needs to be?
23% of the operating costs and all of the major maintenance.
We good to go?
You know what you should propose with the design is like some cabana rentals, like they have at less than $2 water park, so then you could sit with the martini.
Okay. All right, we are just 1 minute off. Everybody's here, so I think we're good to go. So we will begin with the next item, which I believe is number 4, Mr. Fleming, reduce the amount of funding from Facility Life Cycle Reserve contribution.
Yeah, your worship, I explained it already. So if there's interest in council, this was a sort of a minor adjustment to an increase that we had proposed. And when we took another look at the projects that were within the information request that came, I don't know if it was the flag or the information request, but we put in a bunch of information for this. What we're saying here is we can spread that increase over 2 years. So we can reduce the amount that's showing for this year.
Okay, so what is the wish of council? Do you want to put a motion on to reduce it? Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, sure. I'll make the motion and then council can discuss it. So I'll move that, move for the reduction in funding to facility life cycle reserve contribution from 200,000 to 100,000.
Okay, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I guess my only question would be, or concern would be that we're not able to replace some equipment in due course, but I don't think that's been indicated, so I don't see any issue with this adjustment to the budget.
Was that a question as well?
Yeah. if I don't know, and you mentioned that it could be phased over 2 years, so maybe some just some confirmation that we're not going to be losing out on timely life cycle replacement of anything if this were to pass.
Yeah, through your worship, we think we can make this adjustment without having to necessarily defer any projects that were planned for next year. This is one of the few kind of operating budget areas that we have that actually has a reserve that allows it to have fluctuations from year to year. And we think because the reserve has some money in it at this time that we can make this adjustment and we'll be okay, and it won't impact our infrastructure.
Right, and in that case, then I'd be willing to support it if administration is comfortable with it as presented.
Okay, thank you. It's on for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. For this particular reserve, are there individual allocations for each facility, or is this just a blanket reserve meant to be a sort of a catch-all?
Go ahead.
We don't typically, it's not like the normal life cycle for machinery and equipment. This reserve is not like the typical life cycle replacement. So what we have is we ensure that we try to keep 2 years worth of the maintenance budget in this reserve. So the maintenance budget right now with the 100,000 removed is 938,000. So we aim to keep 2 years worth of that so that we can handle those ebbs and flows over the years.
Yes, through your worship. To Councillor Kelly's question, the reserve calculations as to how much is needed is based on individual components within each facility.
So given that, then which component in which facility is going to lose out because we take 100,000 from this reserve?
Through your worship, an inflationary request or increase is necessary in the near future, but we believe this can be deferred by a year and not necessarily compromise any of the projects in that that are funded through this contribution.
Thank you.
Oops, Councillor Nguyen, anything on close? Nothing? Okay, motion is closed. As presented, please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is amend the funding source for the annual increase to the capital budget project 250100 local road rehab in the amount of $350,000 from annual capital funding to LGFF. Councillor Nguyen.
All over this budget. So I move that for the amendment of funding source for the annual increase to capital project 25-100 local road rehabilitation in the amount of $350,000 from annual capital funding to local government fiscal framework.
Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think we've had significant discussion around this topic already. It is methodology applied here. So we're going through to reduce reliance of some of the operating funding on property tax revenue. I do believe in the merit of using grant funding for something like local road rehabilitation, which is essentially our network of infrastructure that we rely on, and either way, I think it was mentioned already, but this will be tax funded as it is from provincial funds rather than municipal funds. It seems to me like it would be an okay year to proceed with this resolution, and it can be revisited next year. As the initiative to decrease reliance on LGFF is something that administration is committed to. So I am in support of this motion for 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly.
I will certainly support the motion. I think my comments from earlier would have indicated that. But a question, if I might, Mr. Fleming. What would it take to initiate a council discussion on the merits of how we allocate our provincial capital funding now? You and I have a fundamental difference, and I'm not sure council agrees with me, but I would like to have the discussion. So it doesn't have to happen today. Do we need a notice of motion, or what needs to occur?
Yes, through your worship, I think a notice of motion will be a good way to go. So we'll make a note of it, and we can work with you on that. Likely, the notice of motion would be centered around bringing back the budget policy that we have in place, because I believe this strategy, I believe we have this codified in policy. So you'd probably, your goal would be to bring that policy back for discussion.
And we got that, Sandy. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, anything on close?
Yeah, just a few words. So I appreciate the intent to move away from having this funded by LGFF. If I read the intent of administration correctly, there was some hesitancy when MSI was moved over to LGFF and how that was calculated and how our allocations were going to look in the last couple of years. So, but it does appear that we have a decent amount of funding, and it is planned for future years as well, which is why I brought this or why I flagged this. So I'm happy to go through with it for this year.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. The next one I've got on here is number 6, reduce RCMP contract increase from $716,640 to $466,640. Councillor Blissard.
I will put the motion on. I make a motion that the proposed 2025 capital operating and utilities budget be amended by reducing the RCMP contract increase from $716,640 to $466,640. And speaking to that, it's nice that we've found some efficiencies to be able to lower it, but I tend to agree with Councillor Kelly about maybe we should be looking at some kind of a, I don't know what you call it, a smoothing fund, a reserve fund, something so that when we have years where there's surpluses, what happens now with the money? If we have a year of surplus, does that just go into their operating budget to lower next year's expenses?
Through your worship, just becomes part of the general surplus for the year or general deficit for the year for the city as a whole.
You know, it would be nice to, if we took that and maybe one year our dream will come true and we will have 34 officers or whatever the number is, and actually 34 boots on the ground all year, and we will run short. So if we then had some kind of reserve we could pull out of, we wouldn't be scrambling going, oh my God, we didn't budget for that. We should be happy with it, but now we're frantic. So how do we look at this, or how can we do that? Does that need a notice of motion?
Through your worship, so that might be a notice of motion to look at the reserve policy now as an example. So we'll make a note of that as well. Like it's nothing we're going to solve during budget deliberations, but we can make a note and follow up with you on that. Yeah,
no rush. This is more of a discussion again. But so I will support this year, but I think long term, you know, it would be good to have something in reserve. So if we ever do have that dream of the actual number that we are hoping are there, we won't be actually cursing it at the same time. So anyway, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Anything on discussion and debate on this one? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Okay, that takes us through these ones, Mr. Fleming. Okay, now you had some others that were not recommended.
Yeah, your worship, just let me. Okay, so I guess if it helps, I can kind of talk you through them.
Okay, I think we dealt with the number one, the ATE program. And then you had neighborhood rehab funding source, 520,000.
Yeah, I need to call up the flag document here. Yes. I just need to find the next one here. So the first one, so roads growth plan, we covered that one. Number two, flag number two is user fees and charges schedule for planning and development services. Flagged by Councillor Kelly. We don't present the flag, so we'll just put it out there, and if there's follow-up questions or comments. Oh, sorry. There was those, yeah, the other options in my slides. That's right.
Okay, sorry, I was on the wrong one.
That's okay. I can
put 2 of them.
I've got it up on the screen if we can. So this was one of our not recommended. There might have been other ones. Oh yeah, I think we've discussed ATE. So I would say there's this, there did seem to be some interest in council on this neighborhood rehab funding source. That was in the slides. So my recommendation would be to deal with that one next, and then we can go on to the regular flags.
Okay. So we will do page 12. We'll deal with this one. This is one that was put on as not recommended, but it was still on there. I don't believe it was an actual flagged item. Does council have any wish to? Councillor Harris?
I'd be prepared to put it on whatever the wording needs to be. I think ultimately the neighborhood rehab program needs to be adjusted in times of, I guess.
So through your worship, just to talk this one through, there was 2 separate discussion items that more or less came up. One was, do you want to delete this $520,000 from the budget completely? The other one was, do you want to just switch the funding source from annual capital to LGFF? There was kind of 2 different options. that were
Well,
proposed.
I guess where I was coming from is I was asking if we could suspend the neighborhood rehabilitation program for a year when we're having real challenges. And the answer to that is probably yes, because there's probably nothing that's that crucial that really needs to be done, unless it's a holdover from one year to the next. And I can see the utility context. Roads, I'm not sure if there's anything that's crucial that needs to be done, but it is a larger package. I respect that. So I'm not sure where we should go with this.
Okay, just for clarification, so the 520,000 is the proposed increase, correct? It's not
Yeah.
taking the program away.
That's correct.
It's just the proposed
Funded.
increase.
Yeah. Well, in this case, we'd be taking it from the grant as opposed to taxes.
That's what's suggested here. I'd say what you just suggested would probably be a third separate option, which is suspend the program.
Well,
So
I don't want to necessarily do that today. I'm just floating that idea to have a fruitful conversation as to whether or not there are times when ultimately it does make sense to suspend an operating or a capital program for extraneous or exigent reasons. So in this case, if it's a question of just the allocation of where the revenue is going to come from, if it comes from the grant, I'm okay with that. But take it out of taxes.
Okay, switch to. Okay, so are you putting a motion on to take it out of LGFF instead of annual capital funding?
Let's do that.
Okay, Mr. Fleming, so he's suggesting putting a motion on to take it out of LGFF as opposed to annual capital funding. Does that have any?
It's being taken out of the annual capital funding, and then it would be funded through.
Can you use your microphone?
yeah, we can. That's what this first bullet considers, and I thought we might have already made a motion for it in anticipation that this might come up.
I believe we do have a motion, but just to clarify, I believe we would be taking the funding out of the annual capital program and then putting it and funding the project through the federal and provincial grants.
Okay, my question on that is the annual capital funding. Isn't that the same though? You've got a set amount, so that wouldn't reduce the tax rate?
Annual capital. We were proposing new annual capital funding for this 520,000. So the switch would be to reduce the proposed amount of annual capital funding and use LGFF.
Okay, gotcha.
So I think we're all on the same page.
Okay, so I think that's the motion that you're putting forward.
Yeah, if it's a reduction in the tax load and the funding still stays in the program, I'm okay with that if we are comfortable with the reallocation of those dollars. So on that basis, that the funding source of the neighborhood convert in the amount of 5 be amended from annual capital. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
So moved.
you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think we've had enough of a conversation thus far. I think it ultimately is somewhat out of the norm this year, but ultimately we do have to continue to have discussions of how we fund some of these capital projects.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. It's my recollection that our carry forward out of the 2024 LGFF is somewhere in excess of $520,000. In other words, we have LGFF funds available to spend on this particular project.
That's correct.
That's correct. And in anticipation of a notice of motion either coming from Councillor Blizzard or myself on how we fund and use the LGFF funds going forward, I'm quite comfortable with this proposed change for this year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. Can you just remind me of what was said earlier? Was neighborhood rehab the one that we'd gotten completely out of LGFF, or is that one that's still partially?
Your Worship, this is the one we've recently removed all of the grant funding from.
Yeah, okay. Haven't decided how I'm going to vote. Wait to hear from other people. I I have a hard time with this one only because we have made such effort to get away from this grant funding in this portfolio. So it seems that we're going to take a step back here. And then if they're requesting this increase, it's because that increase is needed to keep up with the timeline and the projects. So then we're just pushing this onto future budgets, and how we do that, I guess, will remain unseen for now. But yeah, I'm undecided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
So this would be a one-time change, right? We're not going to do this year over year.
So through your worship, this change becomes part of the ongoing operating budget. Future councils could change this back, but it would require the replacement of these funds with annual capital or property taxes in order to change it back. But I would say for the assumption going forward now, it should be that this is likely a permanent change until we do something otherwise.
But you could come back next year recommending again not to use LGFF.
Yeah, next year, my assumption is that council should be having a good conversation about neighborhood rehab every year. I mean, that's the plan that we put forward a couple months ago. So yes, council can discuss how it wants to go forward again next year.
Okay, and so, and I kind of see this as any grants. When you get a grant, the idea is not to put it in your savings account and some year I'll use it. Most of them are even tied to a specific thing. So what happens to LGFF if we don't use it?
We get to carry it forward for 5 consecutive years. So by the end of year 5, we'd have to have 2025's allocation spent.
Right, but the idea is to use it anyways, right? Are we getting low on what we have for LGFF, period? Or?
Well, LGF could be up and down depending on the different criteria that the province puts out for their formula, such as the revenues from the province and growth rates.
Right, so it can be kind of a smoothing grant, I guess. So that if we need the money, we can use it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so I'm not against this. I don't know if it's the most ideal thing, but as was said by our CAO, next year should be another discussion year, and if this needs to be happening, I mean, it's there to use. I don't think it should just be sitting in account waiting for us to decide, hey, we'll use it now. I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with this.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'll support the motion as well. It's not reducing the neighborhood rehab project. It's just saying they're switching the funding from one to the other. And local government financial funding is there. And when you look at the budget, neighborhood rehab we have moved over the number of years $5.2 million from grant funding into pay-as-you-go or operating. So I think we've made pretty good strides at moving 1 or 2% probably per year as far as our tax burden on residents. So I honestly believe they can use a break from this, but there's $5 million just in that one alone. And I know the idea was to get the local road one moved across as well, but I agree we need to have a conversation about this in the entirety. So, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I'm going to ask what's this taking the property tax increase to? So I guess just be prepared for all of them, so you know what is good.
So if you were to vote unanimously on or carry it with the 520 for neighborhood rehab, the tax increase would be 5.3%.
5.3%. Okay, thank you. My second question is, so what is the opportunity cost of making this decision? So are there things that we had planned to use this source of funding for that we cannot use it for anymore?
So through your worship, the answer to that question is yes. We had these funds allocated in the 10-year capital plan. I don't know if Ms. Andruko is able to quickly pull that up and tell us where we had LGFF allocated in future years. But what this will result in is a review of the 10-year capital plan, and the funding sources will have to be adjusted. And so whatever this LGFF was going to fund, something else will have to fund it in its place. Could be debt, could be annual capital, or what have you.
Okay, thank you. So I support this motion, but I do not support deferring the actual work of the neighborhood rehabilitation or local road rehabilitation, because I think it's important for us to continue to invest in critical infrastructure, and deferring that I think it will put some of these assets at risk. I support this motion for now to move the source of funding for this projects to grant funding.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councillor Nguyen, you're on round one yet?
Yeah, just further to the discussion of allocation of this year's LGFF. So simple question, how much is being spent from LGFF? And I guess this would be the last couple years as well then. Sorry, I didn't think about that. How much from this year's allocation is being put into reserves for future use within 5 years, and how much are dedicated to be spent this year?
Maybe I'll start and give her another second to find numbers, but just as maybe it's just language more than anything. I don't consider held over LGFF funding to be necessarily put in reserve.
No,
just sort of sits in abeyance, more or less, and carried forward. But just based on policy and the way we do things, it's not necessarily something that gets put in one of our reserves.
It's dedicated for future years. Yeah. It was just thanks. I was just wondering that number.
So for 2025, if you include the neighborhood rehab, the total spend from LGFF would be 3.3 million. Going into up to 2030, where we have allocated 15.2 million of our continuous LGFF funds allocated to different projects.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Macon on round two.
Thank you. Just a question for administration. I'm trying to recall with the neighborhood rehab program. Does administration anticipate that they're going to ask for an increase every year to kind of help keep up with the program?
Through your worship, that was our intent. Yes, to expect this to be in the budget every year.
Okay.
The amount may go up and down as we continually review the program, but it would be reasonable to expect roughly a % property tax increase related to neighborhood rehab almost in perpetuity.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on close.
I think we've talked this one out pretty well. There are some opportunities to have further discussions on the neighborhood rehabilitation program, and I look forward to those discussions at the appropriate time. But I think this one's straightforward, and it helps. As I guess was mentioned, the tax increase with this reduction would be a maximum of 5.2%.
Yeah, 5.03.
5.0, just over 5. Okay, we're getting it down into a reasonably acceptable territory, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go to the flagged items. So there was 2 attachments. So the first, pardon? Yeah, that any other would come from, we would do that through the flag then. It's because once we get into the flag, then it becomes any other, and that will be the final one. Roads growth plan, flagged for further discussion on, okay, we just had that one, so you're good with that. User fees and charges, schedule for planning and development services, flagged for further discussion. Councillor Kelly. Sorry. Yeah, my fingers aren't working. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. I've read the response, and I'm not prepared to offer any changes or amendments to the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aquatics expansion, that one we dealt with. Number 4, Truth and Reconciliation, Councillor Macon.
I have a motion, Mayor Ketcher.
Okay, go ahead.
Ledge Services has it. I'll just give them a second. Perfect. I'll make the motion that the source of funding for budget recommendation 74-0113 Truth and Reconciliation Program be amended from property taxes to the municipal operating reserve, and that administration provide a report by the end of the second quarter of 2025 on this program's history and future plans.
Okay, I've got a question on that, Mr. Fleming. So I understand the first part of this, but maybe Miss Booya? So the second one is asking for additional information. Will that get lost as a, like, I'm wondering if that portion of it needs to be a notice of motion?
To your worship, it's germane to the topic at hand, so we can certainly accept that motion and we would track it just as per usual.
Okay, as long as it gets tracked. Okay, I'll accept the motion, let you speak in favor.
Sure, thank you. To be clear, this isn't a tax reducing strategy by any means. This is very small in the grand scheme of this overall budget. My concern with this program is just on funding philosophy. And we were presented with a Truth and Reconciliation program. It was 7 years, reserve funded. And we heard in our previous budget meetings that they'd moved away from the 7 years. Originally, the money being asked for kind of supported 3 programs or 3 events. Now I see in the request it supports 2 events. And I just don't think that this council has seen any kind of information to come back to say what's happened in this program, where do we want to go with it. And so I'd like to see, before we put it into our tax budget on an ongoing and forever basis, just to be able to review the program and actually see what the plans are in the future before we make it a more permanent solution. I definitely support this work and I want to see it ongoing. I'm just curious about where we are in the program and and just the future of it before we make it permanent.
Okay, thank you. That's for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris.
I couldn't agree more, Councillor Megan. I look at Truth and Reconciliation as not something we should do as a separate program, but just something we acknowledge going forward in terms of it's important in our cultural mosaic in the country. And that we respect the fact that the Indigenous population in our community and communities in Canada have ultimately had a bad lot in historical context. And so we have to recognize the opportunity to improve going forward. But at some point in time, do we need a program or do we just adopt those as cultural norms? And I think we're a ways away from adopting those as cultural norms. So obviously that's the value of this type of program. The funding for it, ultimately, I guess we can debate ad nauseum as to where that comes from, but I don't disagree with what you're suggesting. But I think we need to see progress in terms of how we are actually approaching it. The land acknowledgement in the first part of the meeting,
Not sure what that does, but if it is something that ultimately helps us better understand the need for truth and reconciliation on a go-forward basis, I think that's really important. So on that basis, I would support what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
So right now, and I can't remember the amount, but we already have 35,000-ish in ongoing funding. Is that correct? And we were looking at increasing it another, I think 35,000-ish.
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, we currently have $5,000 in ongoing funding, and that's for staff training on truth and reconciliation and cultural awareness. So there's 5,000 in ongoing, which we did last year, and then this additional 37,500. Yeah. Is currently one-time funded, and that was the reason for the request to change to ongoing.
Okay, I thought I'd read there was a little bit more already as a base. I'm okay with this, though. I would like to see a bit of a report on what's been going on, what's the plans for the future, and I know we did have one Indigenous community group. Is there a request for some of this? You know, that should be led by some of the members of that organization, or that, I don't know what you call it, Indigenous people. You know, it shouldn't just be us deciding what we are doing for them. They should be involved in this. So anyway, it'd be good to have a report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of the things that have been said so far, but I question from a policy standpoint that we use reserves for one-time items, right? So if the idea for truth and reconciliation is to be on an ongoing basis, then why are we funding it from reserve? Like, I do understand that we've done that in the past, but I feel like leaving it as property tax revenue kind of guarantees the continuity of it. And so I don't really agree with the idea of taking it out of reserves, because I feel like, you know, it just shows the continuity. And I agree with everything that's been said in that we're not against truth and reconciliation. We support it, and even up to the land acknowledgement, I think that's a symbolic thing. Even if you know, you feel like it doesn't really mean anything, it does mean a lot, and it just shows that, you know, we understand and we're working in the journey of reconciliation with our Indigenous community. But I don't really support. Like, I agree with the reports part of it. I think it's important for council to, you know, get a feedback on you know, the work that has been done by administration, which I know continues to happen. But just funding it from reserve, I don't really agree with that, because again, it's against our policy, which says that we do use the reserves for, you know, one-time spending. So I wouldn't be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking orders. So I just want to go back to the presentation. So originally when it was presented, it was that it was going to be coming out of reserves for 7 years until it had been assessed. Is that correct? I think that's what I heard. At least I maybe heard that from Councillor Macon.
To your worship, I believe that was part of the initial planning, was one-time funding for the term of that plan.
Okay, and then, but you do have the training component, the $5,000 a year is currently in operating for ongoing?
To your worship, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to support this motion because I agree we need to have a conversation about what we're paying for. Is it us having the events, or is it us offering community grants that we do as we do for the other community nonprofits that we have? So I fully support the truth and reconciliation, but I think we need to have a little bit more of a conversation about what our role is and about what the role is for our Indigenous society. And while I appreciate what we did for truth and reconciliation at our last event, when you indicated we had 72 people, 65 of them were probably the entertainers and their family that weren't even from Fort Saskatchewan. So I think that's the deeper conversation that we need to have, is are we actually reaching and doing we have, or are we just paying to bring people in that aren't actually making an impact? So I'll support the motion. Councillor Macon on close.
Thank you. Yeah, so I support the program. Simply looking for an update on the past 3 years that we've contributed funding to and what we feel like we've got out of that, and moving forward, what we expect to get out of a permanent program for our municipality before we commit to it being a permanent program. So with that, I'll close.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 6-1. All right, just a second. Okay, ATE smoothing we've done. Community peace officer. Fee for fire services fee transportation of dangerous goods route permit. Councillor Abatoye, that one's yours.
Thank you. So I'm not the expert in these things, right? Fire chief, thank you for coming forward. So the reason I flagged this thing, I think we already had the conversation on that day. It's two things. Number one, we had just 6 permits last year, and we know that we're an industrial community. We know there's a lot of those people coming through our city with these dangerous goods and not getting permits. So I kind of question the relevance of it. So can you tell me what your plan is to get people to, one, be aware, because maybe they're not aware, that's when they're not paying for these permits. And that's my first question. The second thing is, do you believe that reducing the fees will make people more compliant with getting the permits? Do you believe that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So with the dangerous goods permit, I just, and last time I spoke, I don't think I addressed this. The permit is only for when we have dangerous goods going off a dangerous goods route. So our current bylaw has the routes identified, and so when a vehicle with dangerous goods would be traveling off that's when they need to apply for the permit. So I still think that it's low, considering that means, you're going off to fill up a gas station off the dangerous goods route, or liquid air, propane, anything like that. So what we would be looking at once the bylaw is signed by the minister, which council just passed, then that's when we need to re-engage our stakeholders that were part of that bylaw for input and do that public education piece. Go back out to the stakeholder engagement, social media, city website, whether that's through with Quinn and our emergency management position, going out and doing that education, setting up meetings. So that's kind of part of what we'll be doing, is the public education piece, as well as working with our community peace officers, so that when they see a vehicle off the route, they can ask appropriate questions. As far as the fee, again, with the new bylaw coming in, we did receive the feedback initially over the years that it took to bring it forward, and they did indicate that when they were in other communities, it was a little high in ours. And the fact that we had a new bylaw, we looked at, again, setting it at that reduced amount to see if we would get a little more buy-in. And if we have to come back next year and increase that, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, thank you. So like I said, I'm not the expert on this thing. I'm not going to recommend that you increase the fees you decided to reduce, but I hope that, when do you plan to start the engagements?
Your Worship, through Councillor Abbotsford, as soon as we get the bylaw signed by
Do you have
by
a
the minister.
timeline?
I do not. It's been sent, from what I understand. I just don't know when that'll be back.
Okay.
That's what we're waiting for. So once that's signed, then we can start the public education piece.
Well, I hope that council will get some sort of reports on, how it's going, because again, if people are not using it, then maybe it's time to scrap it, right? But I am grateful that you have a plan to, get people to become aware of it, and hopefully they take it up and start to use the permits. But thank you very much. And I won't be doing anything for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next one is census. I spoke to it. Councillor Kelly, I know you flagged it, but I don't know. Do you want to start off and I'll go ahead?
Mayor Catcher, I read the explanation. I think when we were talking, we both had it in our mind, at least I know I did. I shouldn't speak for yourself, but I know I had that the cost was somewhere around $30,000 or $40,000 to do the census. And the report, I think, indicates that when you add it all together, we're somewhere close to 100. And I'm trusting my memory for that. So based on that, I'm not prepared to push it any further, and I'll turn the mic back to you and look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. So yes, it used to be around $30,000, and we used to do it every couple of years, and it was only $30,000. So why is it that we could justify saying that we need a 6-month position to do this? Plus, it says $55,000 in funding for software, and like we've already, we already had been paying enumerator wages and advertising, so I'm just curious, how can you justify saying $100 and some $1,000 when it used to only be like 30, maybe 35,000?
So, to your worship, I think the software costs and some of that are what you would be paying anyway. I think that's the cost you're referencing, probably just inflated with some inflation. The only new cost that is in there is the fact that the same people who have to run the election are within our capacity, within our ledge department, are the same people who would have to run the census. And what we're saying is we don't think that's wise to go about doing that. So we're saying bring in another resource to allow you to do both at the same time, essentially.
So my question then is, the census usually runs from April 1 to June, and then the election doesn't happen till later in the fall.
To your worship, I can speak a little bit to that, and I might call on my colleague for a little more detailed information if required. But essentially, even though the census runs from a particular time, it's all the planning and the preparation for the census, the hiring of the enumerators, the training of those staff, and also the election requires a great deal of preparation. We have already started the work on preparing for the general municipal election. It is a significant undertaking. It is a pretty common strategy not to conduct a census the same year as you run a general municipal election. Our municipalities in the region, such as Spruce Grove, Leduc, Beaumont, Strathcona, St. Albert, none of those municipalities run an election at the same time as the census because they have the same challenge that we have. We rely on the same staff, and we've just hit the capacity. We're just at the capacity that we have. So we would be looking to hire an additional temporary resource if we were to do both the census same year as the election.
Okay, so then my question is, I know there's federal election, then the following year is a provincial election. Do we have staff that are involved in that?
To your worship, no, we're not. We don't have a lot of involvement with the provincial or the federal election. We monitor what is coming out of the election and how that might impact the city from an intergovernmental standpoint, but not a lot of involvement from our staff.
Okay. So I disagree with your comments that are in here. I'll go on line with that, saying I disagree with it. But I'm not going to put a motion on. I would expect then next year, if you do it, you're not asking for a 6-month position for somebody to do this.
To your worship, in years where we've done an election and we don't have a census, in years that we've done a census, we've done it in-house with the exception of the census costs and the enumerators and the software and all of those traditional costs. So that would be in that $40,000, $45,000 with inflation range.
Okay. last question. So if we're losing, so basically, if we did approve this, we would get an extra $20,000, which I always hate losing money or leaving money on the table when it comes to that. But I guess the question that I have is, for a strategy, would this not be something that if we wanted to do it every year so that we're not losing a large amount of money, and if you don't have to have that extra, what is it? I can't see it, amount for a 6-month position. So strategically, could you not look at people's jobs, job descriptions, see where, this could fit in? Maybe it's a quarter of a position, not a half-time position, or some casual relief.
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. I think right now we could certainly look at our allocation, but we're running pretty lean in our legislative services area. We have 7 FTEs, I believe, and they're responsible for election, bylaws, policy, support to council, insurance, a fairly large suite of responsibilities. So it's always possible to review and try and find additional efficiencies, and that's always our goal. And we are undertaking a review of our records management right now. But I don't want to overpromise what we can't deliver. So I'm not sure we can continue to increase that level of service without some additional support.
Okay, so my last comment is, I hate not doing the census because I think it gets us behind, but I also don't want to put this additional money in. So I won't put a motion on, but if anybody else wants to, could be debated. So not seeing that. Okay, I think we're going to the next flagged items. Everybody want a 5 or a few minute break? Okay, so we'll take a recess. Let's take 10 minutes to 1:15. We'll take. Well, we have to deal with the information items. Okay. All right, we're going to go on to page 2 for everybody. A bunch of us had only saw page 1 of. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read them out, say who it is. If you have anything or a motion, let us know, or any final questions, and then we will move on.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. Silence is gold.
Just tell me yes or no. Yeah, just tell me yes or no. If you give me a head shake no, then they're good. So the first information was provide personal overview for the last 5 years. Councillor Kelly, that was yours.
I looked at it, Mayor Catcher. I thought the numbers made sense, and I have no further questions at this particular juncture.
Okay, just leave yours on. It's you and I for the next bit. We're good, Mr. Fleming. The second one was provide overview of annual growth revenue and expenditures for at least the last 5 years. Councillor Kelly, that was yours.
Same thing, Mayor Catcher. I looked at the numbers. Actually, I'll admit to being pleasantly surprised. Growth revenue exceeded growth expenditures, so it's for the last 5 years, so I thought it was good.
Okay, thank you. Number 3 was mine. I was okay with the answer on that one. Number 4, provide rationale for city's approach to interdepartmental transfers. Show total cost of programs. Councillor Kelly, that was yours.
I'm assuming, based on this response, that we're going to have a discussion on that sometime in the next half a dozen months.
Okay, number 5, please provide more detailed breakdown of the revenues and expenses related to life cycle replacement facility program. That was yours.
I looked at that as well. Thank you. I can't imagine keeping track of all of that detail, and I have no further questions.
Thank you. Number 6, please provide information breakdown of commercial, industrial, and home business licenses for the past 5 years.
I was most concerned about a potential decline in our business license numbers, not revenue, but numbers. I think there might be a decline in the last few years for the businesses that are not in home-based businesses or home-based businesses. However, the decline didn't look to be terribly alarming at this particular juncture, so no further questions.
Thank you. Number 7, please provide information on the rationale for the city's business license fees and other comparisons on these fees. That was yours.
Thank you again. I think the city's business license fees are unrealistically low, but I'm not suggesting that we challenge them for this particular budget. I would encourage administration and obviously the rest of council, for those of you that are here next term, to give it some thought. I do think $100 per annum is, in today's world, very, very low.
Okay, thank you. Number 8, please provide detailed breakdown on costs associated with theater and performing arts center rental and for theater performing arts center series. That's yours, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, I thank them for the breakdown. I don't understand the costs versus the revenue, and I'm wondering, honestly, if we're not staffing that particular function inappropriately. And having said that, it's just that comment is simply based on the cost versus the usage or cost versus the revenue. I'm going to think about and consider a notice of motion for some time in the spring on this particular subject.
Okay, thank you. Number 9, please provide information on what makes up the FTE count 2.09 for animal control.
I got that and no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 10, please provide information on the note regarding the reallocation of general duty policing and specialized RCMP programs in the amount of $19,100.
I did not understand that response. Sorry, Jeremy. The 19,100, it was just a reference to a different report, and I was...
The 19,100 is the life cycle amount that we put in per year to replace the equipment for the...
Now I understand, and that's good. Thank you. Clear.
Okay, the next one was mine. Just stay on there. Please provide a breakdown of the COLA for union and non-union. That was provided. I'm just going to ask Mr. Fleming, because I made a statement. I'm assuming my statement was incorrect.
Through your worship, I think your statement was consistent with what we put in the report. So just for council's understanding, because this has come up before in previous years, previous terms, how do we determine the COLA amount for non-unionized staff? So a few years back, actually I want to say last term, I think it happened, we put policy in the employee compensation policy and procedure. There's procedure in there now that helps us determine what's proposed to council. And I think it's a fairly straightforward, just a couple sentences that talks about putting forward a non-union COLA that's based on an average of a comparator group. And when we did that calculation this year, it was within 0.1% of where we have the non-union or the unionized staff. So decision was made to just round it in and make them both consistent. And then that was the language that got put in the report. But so I think it just left out the calculation, the fact that there is a procedure there, and that we don't simply just match union non-union to union. So I hope that helps.
It does, and for future, if they can make sure that they word it differently, I think it would resolve the confusion. Let's see, number 12, please provide financial breakdown of what comprises WCB increases. Councillor Kelly, that one's yours.
Thank you. The information was interesting. My quick and dirty estimate is that the accident claims I'm going to stop there. Based on the information, the claims history for the city of Fort Saskatchewan is below our peers, and we've had a very good claims history until 2022. 2022 is going to cost us, my quick and dirty estimate, and based only on information given, is going to cost us somewhere in the order of $150,000 a year. So $300,000 worth of claims is going to end up costing us $600,000 or $700,000 before they disappear off the books. And I will add that in the last year in particular, the claims history is very, very low. So I appreciate what appears to be some proactive work from administration on looking after that problem and if there was a problem, getting it resolved. So no further need at this time. I'm alarmed at the cost, and it drives home the merits of having a robust in-house system to anticipate issues like that and solve them before they happen.
Okay, thank you. Number 13, Councillor Abatoye, please provide information on funding for the city's business grants. Did you have anything further on that? Okay, thank you. Number 14 was please provide clarification on the fixed rate and variable rate for utility reserve contribution. That one was yours. You're good? Okay, thank you. Number 15 was Councillor Kelly's. Please provide further information on city's cost increases over the past 4 years, including increasing trend, particularly with respect to employment costs, and how administration will continue to manage these costs.
I look at and I got signed out of my program as we were talking, so I'll go off of my memory as best I can. I looked at the increase over the 4-year period of 39% for labor-related costs and had concerns with that. I wonder if Mr. Fleming has more information that he might be prepared to share with council. Anything?
Through your worship, we worked out, we only had the 2 business days to kind of work this up, and we looked at a lot of different numbers from a lot of different ways, and in the end I didn't feel confident because there's some vetting that was still needed. And I think this is actually somewhere else within the information request, but my quick and dirty understanding of it is that when you look at increases in wages and compare that to sort of the overall growth and population growth of the city, that we're doing okay, and it's what you would expect. but I mean, since 2019, we've added 25 full-time FTEs to the fire department, and I think it was another 14 or so casuals. And so when I look at the numbers over the last, say, 4 or 5 years, it looks like there's been a higher than anticipated growth in staffing costs. But when I make an adjustment for the fire department, it actually looks like we're either as expected or even slightly lower than. So I'm comfortable with what I've seen, but again, I had to kind of punt on this one because you were going to get a bunch of spreadsheets and I need to do more work. So
And thank you. My eye in the sky analysis would confirm what you just said, Mr. Fleming. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, last one on this page is provide any annual surplus or deficit for 3-year actuals. Councillor Blizzard, anything further? No, that was good. You're good. Okay, so that takes care of all of those sheets. And as we come to the end of this, then it comes into the bucket as, does anybody have anything else they wish to put on to remove from the budget, add from the budget, anything? This is the bucket of and anything else. Okay. So then, as you're thinking about it and I'm speaking, so then that would take us to the conclusion. Ms. Boulier, my gosh.
To your worship.
It's
Bujaya. That's okay. I have certainly been called worse, so that's quite all right.
Yeah, okay.
So there are no other budgetary items, which means we don't need the November 28th day. And it also means that at the December 10th, we'll have the adjusted budget for council's final consideration at that time.
Okay, thank you. And always remember, nothing is final until it's final. We've had things come in on the December meeting.
Yeah, and to your worship, again, we talked about it at length, so I don't want to get into it, but there is obviously this looming decision from the provincial government around automated traffic enforcement. So what the budget is today could stay similar, or there could be a need to make drastic changes, and council may want to discuss the strategy on how we deal with that. So
okay. And my going, do you remember your... Go ahead.
As best as I can recall, Mercatcher, it's going to be covered with a notice of motion that I will be presenting next week at the council meeting.
Okay, that's good. Then we'll do going, gone. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 1:28. And no meeting on the 28th. Boojaha? How do you say?
So the G is
Boo.